This is a pre-show check. Test 1 2 from Bitcoin Beach.
I see it on YouTube.
The Bitcoin Circular Economic Summary. Circular Economy Summary. Let's get that right. We're only sound checking. We'll be back at the live desk coming up soon. Stand by.
One, two, three. This is microphone one. Testing, testing. Microphone two. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Microphone three. Testing, testing. Microphone four. So I'll introduce it and just like the quick 15-second spiel. Welcome everyone to El Zonte, to Bitcoin Beach, one of the circular economy that inspired the world. We are here for the Bitcoin Beach Circular Economy Summit with leaders from around 30 different projects from countries around the world, basically every different continent. And for those of you who couldn't make it here, we are hosting this live stream so that you can learn from all of these amazing people building the bright orange future. And so to introduce today's event, we of course have the two co-founders of Bitcoin Beach, Mike Peterson and Chimbera. So Mike, could you tell the people hello and the experience with the event?
Hey guys, we're still waiting for somebody to start something in Antarctica. That's the one continent that we're missing. So, we have a beautiful day here at the beach, which is pretty much always beautiful here in El Zonte. Hopefully you can see kind of some of the background. And it's fun today because we're actually broadcasting from the beach where the water's right behind us there. We've had an amazing week. The summit, I don't know even how to put it in the words. You kind of had to be there. Just so fascinating seeing how all these different projects, the similarities that they have, but then how they're learning from each other. So yeah, it was, and of course Ramon brought the energy. So.
No, and this is so crazy. Like Mike say, I think we're almost covering the whole continent. This year we have people from South Korea, India, Bali, Europe, Canada, United States, all whole countries in Latin America. So it's a good question to start thinking where we need to build the next Bitcoin Square economy.
Well, and it's amazing to see so many just popping up in a decentralized fashion around the world. All of these people, these Bitcoiners who feel inspired to start something in their own communities. And of course, they have all been able to learn from the example of Bitcoin Beach, the circular economy that inspired the world starting, 2019. So my first question for you, Chimbera, actually, of course, everybody watching already knows the history of Bitcoin Beach, but what's kind of your experience as the local from here, seeing all of these people from around the world now coming to El Zonte to learn from what's happened here?
To me, it's crazy to see people from all these countries to come, and that they're building a Bitcoin circular economy inspired in a small project here in El Salvador, and also with that dream and that lie and that you can see in their eyes that they're like, we can be the next project that will orange peeling our country. You can see that hope and that dream, and we're like, wow, probably we have the same energy when we were building Bitcoin Beach, and seeing in reality here now is like, I just feel we feel humble, we feel like honored that all these projects are inspired by us, and just to have this opportunity to bring all these leaders here, hosting them in the town that I born, that I used to say this, that I used to come and hunting iguanas and all these properties before they were houses, and now we're here in the Bitcoin Circular Economy Global Summit. Here is, to me, is a dream. And I don't know about Mike, but when we met 20 years ago, we were surfers,
You were a lot skinnier then.
Well, you too.
So, Mike, yeah, thank you for sharing that, Chimbera. And Mike, so a lot of these different projects have been going on for several years, and they've been learning from Bitcoin Beach since the beginning. What's kind of been your experience, bringing so many of them here now with so many new projects? What are some of the, the projects around the world that excite you the most? Could you tell us a little bit about some of the ones that are here?
Well, just in general, I would say, like, I've heard from several of the different projects, them saying, like, how they just feel so energized, like this was really what they needed. Because it can be a grind sometime when you're trying to build a circular economy. A lot of times that everybody thinks you're crazy, and there's a lot of naysayers. So for them to come to see what has happened here in El Zonte, to see, all the businesses that accept Bitcoin and how just natural it is, I think gives them a vision of what their community can look like. And then to be able to talk with all these other community leaders that are facing, similar struggles, similar problems, they can share what's working, what's not working. And so I think for all of them, they're going to go back with this sense of urgency, and then a bunch of new tools. They're learning, different wallets, different, technologies that they can introduce to their communities. We had a lot of great speakers from the ecosystem here, and so I'm super excited about that. I think the fact that we're seeing it kind of spread out like through Latin America, and then we had the movie that we produced during the Africa conference about all the projects there, and seeing how really Africa's on fire, and we've kind of been working with those areas for the last few years, but at this event, they actually have a lot of people from Europe, and then also India and Asia. It's amazing to see how it's spreading around the world.
And Jethro, like for us, I think we still have so much work to do here in El Salvador. Even if El Salvador is Bitcoin country, and I don't think so. There is another country doing what El Salvador is doing in terms of Bitcoin. But aside to that, Bitcoin is for everyone. It's a global movement. It's a global opportunities for the same problems that we were facing, or that we're still facing, and somehow are the same problems that exist in Africa, Asia, everywhere. And for us, this new mission that we have, the Bitcoin Beach mission, to support new projects, new Bitcoin circular economies through grants, fellowship, having the Federation of Bitcoin circular economies, where projects can come and share ideas, ask questions. Like Mike says, it can be a little bit lonely when you're building a project, and having a group of people that listening, that are ready to help support, that's beautiful. Also, having the summit here is, for many of these leaders to be here, is representing something meaningful, something that I made it. I build the proof of works, I'm attending a Bitcoin conference for leaders,
Well, and a lot of times this is the first time they've left their home country, and so this is their chance to see how things are being done in other places and have that travel experience.
And not only that, most of the leaders that are here in the summit, you can see wow, I'm recharging my batteries here, I'm seeing that the same problems that Haiti is having are the same problem in Indonesia, in different ways, right? But the most beautiful thing here is that the same technology that is fixing problem here is gonna be the same technology that is gonna fix problems everywhere. And I think that sense and that sentiments of hope is what bring people together,
Yeah, absolutely. Hope, optimism, vision, passion, really caring. That's one of the things that stuck out to me about this conference, this summit, is, people, it's not a profitable business model to start a circular economy. People are doing this because they actually care. They actually want to see Bitcoin replace fiat currency, and especially in all of these countries like Africa. I know Gaku who is writing the new book, who wrote the Bitcoin Circular Economy book. He's writing a new one specifically about all the circular economies we're seeing pop up in Africa, and he talked about how the places where the problem is most clear is where we're seeing the solution emerge. And so I know that we're keeping these segments short because we're going to hear from all of these different people today. But so I wanted to ask you before we wind this down. So there are several different circular economies here in El Salvador. Could you talk a little bit about those projects, and then a little bit more just about what the different projects here have all learned from each other? Some of the most interesting examples from the summit.
Go ahead.
So, obviously, other than Bitcoin Beach here in El Zonte, there's a community in Punta Mongo, which some people know was actually where we first did our first meetup with the leaders there. And it wound up, we kind of focused on El Zonte early on just because that's where, we were physically located. But Punta Mongo is now growing. We actually have a Bitcoin pickleball court there. At the Citadel of Hope. So we have a center there where they're doing Bitcoin classes, English classes, all of that. And then about an hour up the coast from there, you have La Paria, which is actually an island. So we call that Bitcoin Island. Some amazing things happening there. There's been initiatives with, getting the locals to collect the trash rather than just tossing it on the island. And they're being paid in Bitcoin to do that. They're doing English initiatives with the kids, a lot of different things there. And so those are the two ones that, that I'm kind of like the most excited about. I think just because they're on the beach also. So we have a lot that are also not on the beach. I'll let Ramon talk about those. But, yeah, it's just fun to see these other beach projects pop up.
Yeah, I love it. And before you answer, Ramon, in particular, I was asking about bringing the circular economy leaders to this summit. So could you talk about Chalchuapa, Oriente?
We have the second one after Bitcoin Beach was Bitcoin Berlin, Evelyn and Gerardo, two Salvadorian people, getting together and building a Bitcoin circular economy in the mountain, for the people that were complaining that the beach is too hot, and too expensive as well, And Berlin is, wow, like what we saw that started happening with Berlin was that people used to come here, to Bitcoin Beach, to San Salvador, to surfing Bitcoin Sur City one, right? But people didn't have the interest to visiting a coffee town in the mountain, 2 hours away in the mountain, And since there is a Bitcoin circular economy, we start seeing people that come here traveling to Bitcoin Berlin, traveling to, the volcano. So we have the Bitcoin tourism here that is unique, people that traveling from all over the world and want to spend Bitcoin. So one of the ideas that we launched last year is that we would love to see one Bitcoin circular economy in each state of El Salvador. El Salvador has 14 states. And, it's already Bitcoin Berlin, Bitcoin Beach, Bitcoin Oriente, La Piraya. We're building Bitcoin Chalchuapa. There is Bitcoin Suchitoto. And I think in a couple years, we will see El Salvador orange. Because one of the challenge that we're having is that people are having incomes through tourism. But places that doesn't have tourism, local people are not seeing benefit from Bitcoin. And we think that this initiative will help to bring opportunities, to bring SAT to all these places around El Salvador, And it's, I hear some people say, well, why you don't do all of them at the same time, And the answer to this is like, it doesn't work like this because we need to find leaders. Like Gerardo and Evelyn decide to build a Bitcoin circular economy inspired on Bitcoin Beach, but they decide to do it by their own. No one hired them. No one told them what to do, right? So if we want to build projects that are sustainable, we need to find leaders that say, I want to be the change in my community, and now I have the tool to do this, And I don't know you guys yesterday, but when I see Christopher that had 13 years old, presenting at the Bitcoin circular economy, he's like, I'm the leader of Bitcoin Chalchuapa, 13 years old, brother.
Was he 13 or 17? I
13.
thought he was 17. He was 13? Wow.
That's what he say.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, it's so inspiring. Just the next generation stepping up. Bitcoin circular economies are about community, but you do also need these leaders actually stepping up. And it's so funny, the unrealistic expectations, like, oh, why aren't 100% of Salvadorans accepting Bitcoin yet? Like, why isn't full hyper Bitcoinization happened yet. It's unrealistic, but we're seeing huge progress already. And before my next question is going to be about that, but I will just say thank you for the shout out to Berlin, and also just a quick shout out to Gerardo and Evelyn. They were just on the last episode of the Bitcoin Beach podcast. You can learn more there, and they're hosting an event next week. So if you're watching this live stream and you're in El Salvador, come to Berlin February 2nd through 4th for the Medium of Exchange experience. But were you going to say
and
something?
I just comment something for you, Jetro. When you visit in Bitcoin circular economy, your mindset about Bitcoin change. That's what's happened to you. Like, you came to visit Bitcoin Beach. You say it was too hot for you. You went to Bitcoin Berlin and become one of their team members. You know, it never left. Right now, you're working here with Stacy.
Yeah, it's a huge honor to just be working on behalf of Bitcoin adoption. Thank you for that, Chimbera. And it's, really just an honor to shine a spotlight on all of these people doing amazing work. And Gerardo and Evelyn, it was so inspiring to see two Salvadorians stepping up to make this Bitcoin country, seizing the opportunity and just doing all I can to help. It's been an honor. And so that's why I'm happy to support them. And everybody else should come support them February 2nd through 4th. That's Monday through Wednesday next week for the Medium of Exchange experience, immersed in the town. It's going to be a lot of fun. Football tournament, poker tournament, meetups at all these different merchants, and a grand finale at the Cerro La Cruz overlooking the town. But so just winding down, because I know you guys have to interview all of these amazing people we have today. So my final question is about leadership and just all the growth in this past year. So this is now the second year doing the Circular Economy Summit. You even expanded out into Africa. Obviously, you have the 14 new circular economy project within El Salvador, but we've also seen tremendous growth in circular economies around the world. Last year, this summit was about half as many attendees. So Mike, could you just, as the final question, just kind of talk about the growth and what you're excited about with the future and interviewing all these people today?
Well, it's just exciting to see that people are looking at the examples, of Bitcoin Beach initially, but now a lot of these other circular economies that were inspired about Bitcoin Beach are inspiring their own people that are replicating and wanting to, to replicate what they've done in their home countries. So it's really, it's like throwing a pebble in a pond and just seeing the waves kind of ripple out. We're really seeing that with circular Bitcoin economies. And just seeing like the level of sophistication that has gone up, the tools people are using, how much now we're learning from all these other economies as they're coming back and saying, hey, how come you guys aren't doing this? Why don't you guys try this tool? Oh, hey, we found this works for us. So that's what's so amazing is it's not just us, giving to them, it's them giving back to us.
Yeah, it's very, very inspiring. It's a huge honor to be here. And yeah, you guys can all look forward to hearing from all of these leaders of these amazing projects. I will sub out now, but you can follow me at Jethro Toro on X and the Bitcoin Country podcast on Rumble. That's the podcast I produce for Stacy in the Bitcoin office. And thank you so much for the time.
Yeah.
This has been a lot of fun, and I'll be subbing back in whenever Mike is ready for a break.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
hasta
Thank you,
luego.
guys. Jethro, I think we can be the four. Let's put another chair. Bring another one. Let's bring Rockstar. Let's go.
Look good. We're good. We're good.
All right, well, welcome back. We are continuing the Bitcoin Beach Circular Economy Summit live stream here with our first special guest, Uncle Rockstar Dev. So how are you, Rockstar?
What do you mean first special guest? Like these two are the most special guests. So yeah,
Well,
we're
there-
like
We
regular.
live
special.
here. We live here.
Doing good, man. Doing good. I always enjoy coming to Bitcoin Beach and spending time in this place that helped create so much history in Bitcoin. So yeah, I love it, man.
I have a question about your figure, your action figure here. As you continue to increase your muscle size, are you going to release new editions of this?
That's a good question, because what actually motivated me to start working out more was we did the action figure, and someone complained that it's more muscular than me. Right? So now I've upped the game. Like, if I get more buff than the figurine, like, that will be a good thing. Yeah,
Alright.
we're gonna upgrade. Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell us a little bit about the workshop that we had at the summit? First, thank you for listening, and thank you for like get the call and say I can build that need, and that future.
Yeah, man, I can talk a little bit about that, because the great thing about BTC Pay Server is that it's fully open source. The not so great thing about BTC Pay Server for many people who are not cypherpunks technical is the fact that you need to self-host it. So it's not a service to which you can subscribe. And because of that, we really depend on circular economies like yours, like all the leaders that came here to Circular Economy Summit. Like, they're the ones hosting BTC Pay Server instances. And then in conversation with you, you're telling us about, hey, when people come and they pay in Bitcoin here at merchants, it's also great if they can buy Bitcoin from merchants. And then if merchants can decide whether to sell, depending on whether they need dirty fiat, cash, whatever. So when we started collaborating on this, man, like, what I love is that we're building open source technology and give it to people to use that technology in their daily life, and like completely own it. So it's not, we're for-profit startup, VC funded or whatever, and we need to make profit. But no, man, create technology, open source it, give it to people exactly in the way Bitcoin was done. And it's been amazing collaborating with Bitcoin Beach and you on this, because I did the first version of plugin a while ago, but I really waited, like, what is the great opportunity to launch it, and we did it. And I couldn't be more satisfied.
Well, thank you very much. And before we get a little bit more into this new plugin and the workshop and the overlap with Circular Economies, for anyone who might not know, could you tell us a little bit more about the backstory of BTC Pay Server and what the main use cases you see for it in the real world?
Well, BTC Pay Server started initially as a reaction to BitPay supporting Segwit 2x fork. And Nicholas Dorier, the founder of BTC Pay Server, had this legendary tweet that said, they posted a tweet saying everyone needs to update to Bitcore, like Segwit 2x. And he replied with, this is lies. My trust in you is broken. I will make you obsolete. And started coding BTC Pay Server. And it really became first drag and drop replacement for BitPay, allowing anyone that was merchant on BitPay to switch to their own instance, be sovereign, and get to decide what is Bitcoin for them, because BitPay was using the fact that merchants were using them to switch everyone to support something that was not meant to be supported. And ever since, it became just this crazy Bitcoin open source project that has inspired so many other Bitcoin projects. And now it's, voucher platform. It's a POS platform. People are using it to pay their vendors and contractors, accept invoices from them. There was a recent case study with BTC Inc. They paid over $1 million worth of Bitcoin transactions using vendor pay and BTC Pay Server. So, yeah. Mike, I should have said, what, like 12 Bitcoin? Yeah. So, sorry, yeah. Fiat Cook here.
Got to denominate in sats. We're unit of account maxis as well as medium of exchange maxis here. And thank you so much for sharing. I love the cypherpunk roots of BTC Pay Server. And I know for Mike and many Bitcoiners, I often hear them talking about how freedom money is the reason why we all care so much about Bitcoin and circular economies. And so my next question is your experience with this summit. You've been here the past 2 days hearing from all these leaders, including many adversarial contexts where their governments don't want them using Bitcoin. So could you talk maybe a little bit about why circular economies are important to you and kind of just the overlap with the cypherpunk ethos?
Yeah, I mean, they are actual users of technology is because, we can have cypherpunks like me, right? If there is no Chimbera, there is no Mike to actually work with community and get people onboarded on technology, it's like, what's the point, right? Like, I know my fellow cypherpunks will say like, yeah, the point is we are private, we are secure, like we stack Bitcoin, you're out of the system, but I really wish that we onboard as many people as possible onto Bitcoin. And as Chimbera so well said at the summit, it was like Bitcoin is an opportunity for people who never had an opportunity, right? Like if someone is born now here in El Zonte, that person has a different access to global financial system than someone born in Chicago, Illinois, or New York, or San Francisco. So Bitcoin changes that. Bitcoin, us in Bitcoin, especially like people like Chimbero, like Mike, they help change that game and be like, okay, it doesn't matter where you were born. If you want to contribute to financial system of tomorrow, now you have way through Bitcoin. And I think this summit also was a great showcase of, hey, you take care of all these leaders, like you get them here, you cover their flights, lodging, and then by people interacting and bringing what is unique to their community, they get to share with others and then take also their learnings back to their community, and we build, iteratively, like step by step.
I do believe in that Bitcoin circular economies are the realization that Satoshi talked in the white paper, where we will live in a decentralized world. But we're seeing in the small communities, right, where you come, and El Zonte, Bitcoin Beach, is one of those places that we have here people, that the only thing that they touch is sats, and it's like, it's so unique when people come here, pay everything in Bitcoin, and when they get back to Europe or Canada, it feels like if they're getting back to the past, Yeah. And this is a funny story, but it just happened last week with Archie, BTC Archive, right? We were having a Choco Banano around 9 p.m. at night. We were sitting outside my house, and a lady from Europe came to buy a Choco Banano, and the guy, it's a kid, maybe 13, 14 years old, giving her the Choco Banano, asked her, ¿Va a pagar en Bitcoin? Like, are you gonna pay in Bitcoin? And the lady just saw me like, what is Bitcoin, So those are the things that, it's unique what's happening in Bitcoin circular economies,
Yeah, it's amazing when even the merchants are asking. That's just like an expectation, and yeah, same with Berlin, and I know you visited Berlin. So actually, that's a question for you. How many of these circular economies have you been to around the world? How many times have you been to El Salvador now? And what's kind of your experience actually using Bitcoin in the real world?
Yeah, now I'm trying to remember all the circular economies I've been to. Yeah, 2 times in El Salvador, 3, 4, man, like I think more than 4 times. But no, anytime I visit circular economy, it's seeing those unique moments that you were talking about, Chimbera, and then also realizing how this is the way. Like, we only had central banking as a technology because we didn't know as humanity how to implement financial system at that point of time, like better. It was okay, we're going to delegate money and all things money to these people. They will take care of us. They will, take care of monetary policy and this and that. And that was the best technology at the time. Luckily, thanks to Bitcoin, now we have technology with which we can obsolete central banks, and more importantly, separate state and money, the same way that state and church were separated, state and religion. Yes?
I have a special request for Rockstar. I think for the next summit, we need to try to get Jack here, Jack Dorsey. Because like Jack to me is the only person at his level that understand that Bitcoin need to be money, you know, and he's the only person like fighting this, saying that if Bitcoin only become an store of value, Bitcoin will fail, you know, because the real freedom came from using it, you know.
I think Jack, if he would watch this video, he'd be like, no, guys, you got to do it. I'm too busy. So that will be the response. But no, my thing would be exactly that. It's like, I think Bitcoin has empowered all of us enough so that we take the next steps. And we don't need to depend on anyone individually. We like take what we have and build, like what is the next thing to build and next thing to build. And keep going, and that's exactly what I see that you guys are doing. Is like you had an opportunity to be Bitcoin Beach, the circular economy, but you resisted whatever it was like. I don't even know if there was temptation, Mike, but it was like, let's build in decentralized way. Let us not get the funding and be like central point of failure, but rather let's empower all these people, share the knowledge, and they can take on and lead forward. Right, Mike?
Yeah, no, we didn't want to just replicate the broken NGO model where they just try to get bigger and bigger and suck in more. We want it to be decentralized. We want to see other people doing things differently than the way we would do it, because that's how we learn better. If everything kind of flows through us, the innovation's going to be stifled. And so, yeah, it was never, at least for me, it wasn't a temptation. I didn't want that responsibility, and I also didn't think it would turn out well. And so I thought, hey, the best thing is to empower all these people around the world, share with them what has worked for us, partner with them when we can, and do events like this where we can bring people together. They can share best practices, what's working for them, what's not. But then knowing that everybody is kind of self-sovereign out there with their own projects.
Yeah, and I just want to say, like, that's the biggest message I would like to send from here to those watching is, use events like this, use opportunities like this to get inspired yourself. Like come to events like this. You guys organize meetups here like every week,
Yes.
every month there is something. So I really encourage everyone watching this to be like, hey, if you're unsure how you can contribute to Bitcoin, you don't need to figure it all out alone. Like, come to one of these events, come to Bitcoin Beach, come to Berlin. You have tons of events. And as you interact with fellow Bitcoiners, or even like if you're not Bitcoiner, interact with fellow freedom lovers, you will figure it out. But yeah, people need to come to these events.
And for me, one of the most exciting moments where we had a panel during the summit with Ovi, Roy, and Bitterfield, right? And then Aaron from Goa was asking like, what you guys are doing to fix this and da 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 da. And then Roy get the mic and say, what are you doing? How you are addressing those problems, Now you have the technology. You just should see what is working, what is not working, and if you're struggling with something, then you come. Because back into the point, like so many people are just waiting that the perfect technology, the perfect person, the perfect moment, and it's never gonna be like this, right?
Yeah, you need people going out and actually using the technology in the real world. And so because we have so many leaders here, so many interesting perspectives, we are going to start winding this down. But I do have one kind of final question for you, Uncle Rockstar Dev. So you often say, everybody wants to be a rock star until it's time to be a rock star. And I was going to ask you what you actually mean by that, but no, I'm going to use our precious time for a serious question. So as a developer, you see all this technology being used in the real world, and all these different circular economies have different contexts. So, he mentions Jack Dorsey Square. That's empowering a lot of new circular economies in the U.S. Some places, obviously here, Bitcoin Beach, they pioneered the Lightning Network. They actually had to build their own Lightning app, Bitcoin Beach wallet. What are you seeing, like in Indonesia using Fedi in an innovative way? What do you see as a developer in terms of like getting feedback from people using products in the real world? And like, how should people reach out to BTC Pay Server if they have suggestions or things like that?
Yeah, so as for my saying that everyone wants to be a rock star until it's time to be a rock star, I think it's self-descriptive, like people get it. As for the serious question, I just see, man, I see empowerment of individual. That's the name of the game. And the question is, as Chimbera said, what will you as individual do to empower yourself? Because now, thanks to Bitcoin, you no longer need to depend on central banks and governments to issue you money. You know, you can have freedom money. Thanks to AI, now everyone will be a developer, everyone will code, or people will use that technology to entertain themselves, and then they won't produce anything. So really, the name of the game is you using technology for empowerment of individual. So do that, like people watching. Use the technology, empower yourself, and then as you gain more power, the question is, how will you hold that responsibly, and how will you empower others? And if you struggle with any step, just come to events like this and interact with people, and it will be way easier for you to figure out what are the next steps.
And I want to stand up and say thank you, Uncle Rockstar. Thanks for everything, brother.
Always, always.
Thank you. Bro, come on. But we have a space for two. Jack and you. It's okay.
Add one more. Andrew's got to come with us. Come on.
And next up, we're gonna have Bitcoin Park. So I will sub out because we only have 4 microphones and
Is it
4
I'll
chairs.
share. No, let me share the microphone. Share the microphone.
Yeah. Just get one more
us
chair.
To give this with Rob and Bitcoin
Yeah.
Park.
So yeah, I'll sub out now.
Right, we finally got the Bitcoin Park crew all here. We had some weather delays, but no weather issues here in El Zonte. I mean, it's hard to believe that it's snowing and cold, in the U.S. right now. It feels amazing here. So happy to have you guys here. Is this your first time, right? Second. Okay, second time.
Second time for me. And Mike, Roman, it's been unbelievable to see the growth here. I think I was here in 2021 or 2020. When was it the Bitcoin conference when Bukele spoke about Bitcoin Beach and made the announcement and all that?
2021.
21, okay. I think and that was in maybe April, May, June, something. I think in July I came down here, stayed at the Garden, because Miles and Jack and those guys were down here a bit before. And it was cool, but there was maybe a few people that were accepting Bitcoin, and it was
The roads were not paved.
no, yeah, that's what I was telling these guys. I'm like, guys, could you imagine? These roads were not paved. I was walking around even last night when we were walking to dinner. I'm like, I'm pretty sure those steps were not there. I was climbing up a tree, basically, to get to the road, to get to none of those restaurants. And by the way, the Bitcoin Beach house was with the Hope House in that nice building. You guys moved to a compound now, which is amazing. So it's just amazing to see your guys' growth.
And
Truly.
I'm impressed. I'm sharing pictures with everybody. This is very cool.
No, it's Bitcoin country. It's sick. Everything that people kind of described it, it's yeah, here we are. We're living it. Living the world, the future. That it's really cool.
And I'm curious for you. You were the only one that was able to make it for the actual summit because of the flight delays. So
Yeah.
what did the summit mean to you? Was it kind of what you were expecting? What were some of the things you found surprising and kind of mentionable?
It was humbling, eye-opening. Learned so much. Seeing actually how Bitcoin's money. Bitcoin is used in a real way that it was set out to be used. Versus sometimes in the States we'll hear different ideas of how to improve Bitcoin and how to use Bitcoin in a way that, is cool and is exciting, but it's not tangible. You don't see it really pass peer to peer. And just hearing the stories of people who have been in the space building for years, the only word I could say is humbling, because in access to a stable dollar, access to bank accounts in the States is like Bitcoin. You see it as that store of value, which is great, but then you also want it to be a money. And then when you're meeting people who are using it and seeing that happen all the way up the supply chain, like what's going on in Berlin, it's like it gives you.
Was it
gives you
eye-opening
added,
for you that like the actual need that these people have for Bitcoin that you might not have seen before?
100%. I mean, I was talking to Gabriel at breakfast yesterday, and he was telling me how he got into Bitcoin in 2013, and he mentioned that he was an economist, and my American mind immediately went to, oh well, back then only cypherpunks were really thinking about Bitcoin, and that was more of a U.S. perspective, because he was like, no, I knew my money was broken when I was in the cradle. Like,
because he's from Argentina.
He's from Argentina. So many instances of hyperinflation and broken money, and the second he saw Bitcoin, he was like, nope, that's it. And he's been building in the space ever since. He wrote the book on circular economies, and had an exciting announcement yesterday too to expand and everything that's happening in Africa. So yeah, it's energizing, it's motivating, but it's inspiring. So I mean, thank you guys for putting it together. Like I was literally sitting front row the entire time, just being like, oh my god, this is so cool. Like, we have a lot of cool stuff happening in the States and a ton of cool stuff happening at the park. But then when you see it happening just like in small towns, small villages all over the world, it's like, hell yeah, we're all on the same team, and it fires me up.
I love it. I'd love to hear. So I know talking about growth, Bitcoin Park. Now that you guys are also now in Austin, would love to hear a little bit of how that transpired. I don't know the backstory there and what's going on with that, so would love to get an update.
Yeah, 100%. So we have Bitcoin Park Nashville, which you guys have been kind to come to.
Oh, which is amazing. I mean, the most. I don't know if you'll ever be able to. I haven't been to Austin, but I think it's going to be hard to like have that same level of facility that you guys have in Nashville.
Yeah.
So
it's really cool, and like Jack said, it's humbling. For you guys to host this, by the way, real quick tangent on this, the Bitcoin Circulars Economy Summit is so key, because like these people that are the community leaders, organizers, second, third, fourth, like just people within their community, is getting all of them together to share the best practices, share stories, share like things that have just gone terribly off the rails, and just have a drink and break bread has been really cool. Like, to the point with these guys, it's just been super energizing. As it relates to Nashville, yeah, so Nashville, honestly, I thought it was just going to be Bitcoin Park, and it would just be Nashville. And then my friend Parker Lewis called me up. He's like, hey, man, Zapright is really a full-time job. I got a kid, blah, blah. Would you consider coming in, really helping us here and taking this on? So thought about it, and I still think this is a very good decision, because I think it's additive to the member experience as well as the community experience. Adding in but there's been so much growth and so much learning just from managing two spaces. Jack manages the Austin property from a community ops perspective, and Andrew here manages and leads the Nashville experience, which is really cool.
So when people are members, are they members of both now, or how does that work with your guys' structure?
Yeah, they're members of both. And one of the things, like, I don't know if you're like, whenever you belong to like a membership organization or a club or any of these things, one of the things that like always caught me off guard was like every year they would just raise the dues for whatever reason. And I was like, all right, if I ever organize something, I'm going to go counter to that and say, hey, whatever you get in, knock on wood, it's not 100% guaranteed, because I don't want to rug you later, but I'm going to do everything in my power to keep the dues the same each year, because you made an investment in me early, and I want to continue to honor that, go forward. And so, yes, your membership due, annual upfront of a membership fee, includes both locations as well as any future locations as well.
Awesome. And you guys are still taking new members there?
So right now we've kind of slowed down the, we are taking them on a one-by-one basis. Okay. One of the other cool things that we've introduced, and I got to give Paul Itoy a shout out, he's just the man. It was at GBS, one of the GBSs, I think 2 years ago, we're sitting on the bus going to one of the nice dinners, and he's like, Rod, not only am I renewing my membership, I want to get another membership. I'm like, Paul, why would you have two memberships? That makes zero sense. He's like, no. This needs to happen and needs to like continue to grow, and I want to sponsor a FOSS developer or educator or organizer, their membership. I'm like, why didn't I think of that? That's a genius idea. So now I think we're up to 27 sponsored memberships from 13 or 14 different individuals or companies sponsoring those memberships for FOSS developers, educators, or organizers. So we have some folks that have organized like our lit devs. Some folks have organized our Bitcoin Park 101s, our 102s, and a bunch of other stuff. And we have other folks that are just working on FOSS projects and so on. So they don't have to be in Nashville or Austin. They could be in Boston. They could be in San Francisco. They could be in
El Zonte.
you know. And
I mean, who out there wants to sponsor Chimbera for his membership at Bitcoin Park?
The people we're meeting over the course of this week is like, these are our people, and it's the frontier pioneers that are pushing Bitcoin.
And I have to say this, Rod. The first time that we came to the park in Nashville, I told Mike, we need to do something like this in El Salvador, you know? And it was like really perfect with the time because where we have the Bitcoin Beach house.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, but the second time that we came, we talked to you and Matt and say, guys, we have this new place. We're thinking to opening a co-working space, a hub for Bitcoin companies. Do you think we could call Bitcoin Beach Park? And I was hoping that they will say no, and Rod say, sure, brother, yeah, let's go. You know, it's just cool. But then we're like, I think Bitcoin Beach House would make more sense.
Much better.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I think each of them should be unique and on their own. And that's what I was telling another gentleman here. I'm like, when you're thinking about these circular economies, especially as an organizer, think through, like, does this give you energy or does it take away energy? It needs to give you energy to make it sustainable over time. That's one piece of advice, unsolicited SATs advice. Second one is you should make it like profitable to you such that you're providing value and you're able to get a return on that because they'll give you even more energy to continue this forward. If it's taking away your sats and then also taking away your energy, you're not going to be able to do it over 6, 12, 18 months. We're coming up on June 1, 2026 will be 5 years of Bitcoin Park, which is just mind-blowing to me.
And the other thing that I think you guys don't realize the impact that you have been having in all the people that visit in the park. Even for us, the summit, the fellowship program, the way that you hosting people there, you know, it make it so unique that I got so many ideas attending these events there. So thank you for that.
No, it's definitely influenced a number of things that we've decided to do, seeing the way you guys have done things there.
Yeah. And I just have one question because we're here in Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit and Bitcoin need to be money. So what you guys are doing there, like?
So this is where I think you guys, and I'm going to pass it to Jack because I'm curious his opinion on this as well, or perspective. This is where I think the Global South, or whatever name you want to call outside of the US, has a unique opportunity to actually leapfrog what we're doing in the US. There's such still a friction mentally. Not now, like, you know, Square terminals, I don't know if you guys have used them. It's getting there where we're going to be able to use Bitcoin, and hopefully the regulation on the taxation side, we can use it more. But the problem is it's just so permission still. You're still making that mental calculus of like, all right, is this a tax, tax event, and I'm using my Bitcoin. Where I got out of here, you know, the guy, I was like, hey, can I give you a tip for the drive? He's like, absolutely. Opened up his wallet, just paid him sats, and went on about my life. Here, there was we're buying drinks right over here. Willie, just pulls it out. It is the best money. It literally is the best money to use. And that's the point where I think, knock on wood, I am cautiously optimistic in the States that we can make this next unlock, is the fact that on the terminal side with the credit card fees of 3 or 4%, we're merchants, and now I see my Square reports, I'm like, what the fuck? That's 18% Square's taking right now? Turn off the fiat side. Let's just only accept Bitcoin right now. So we'll see. Like right now, you guys are leaps and frogs ahead of us, but hopefully we can catch up.
But the cool thing is we get to experiment with these technologies. Like the Square terminal, we implemented that at Bitcoin Park. We're becoming masters of that. And now we get to go out into our local economy and show them exactly how to do it, which is really cool.
Have you guys, I was wondering if anybody's put out like a little video on how to onboard because I know like my mechanic back in the US, they use Square, and I was like, hey, let me pay you in Bitcoin. He's like, I don't know how to turn it on. And I didn't know what steps. So have you guys done anything like that yet? Or if you haven't, I would recommend doing it.
We need to oversimplify it. Simplify. And
because is it pretty easy? Like if somebody takes Square, is it pretty easy for you to like show them how to do it?
It's pretty easy. You have to know the exact details. So we just had one of our vendors that was making burgers at the park for our energy and mining summit for the telehash, and we showed her how to easily set up Square and Bitcoin, and it's just banking, Bitcoin, set. And all done, but you have to go in there and know where those buttons are.
Yeah. Okay.
And
so that's key.
And
somebody needs to do a little video.
Yeah.
Not only a video, and I think we're going to do a lot of that. We're not to shill our grassroots Bitcoin, but if you're a meetup organizer in the States primarily, but anywhere in the world, hit me up at rod@bitcoinpark.com for an invite to Grassroots Bitcoin, which was the reason why Global Bitcoin Summit started. It was Glassine came to Grassroots and was like, we need to do this on a global level. That's a whole nother story. The terminal act, Mike, you bring up a really good point. Like, you didn't know over the phone exactly what buttons to tell the guy to hit.
Yeah.
And it's still, and I talked to Thomas Templeton, who's the head of hardware and leads all the block hardware products. He's like, you know what? We're step one, and we just need to make it even easier. And one question I should have asked him is like, why don't they just turn it on by default? You know, why? But I will say, you got to go hit a couple buttons. And then their biggest fear as a merchant is like, well, I don't want Bitcoin. I want the dollars because all my expenses are fiat denominated. And so you could still take it 100% in dollars, just avoid the 3%. So I hope, especially at merchants at scale, can see the big savings and then go from there.
I'm told too, which I love. I'm not sure if this is true. Maybe you can verify it, that you can also, if they're paying in fiat, you can have it credited to you in Bitcoin as a merchant. So I love that it's going both ways.
Yeah,
You
no,
can, yeah, that's cool.
it's fully up to you. And yeah, we're 100% Bitcoin.
Oh, I love that.
But it's also like, whether it's Square, Zaprite, or either of those kind of payment, even BTC Pay, like it is really easy. Like the tools are getting really, really easy to use, especially for the user. And I think for the merchant and the Square terminal, it's easy to turn on once you know it can be turned on. You just need to look for it. So to your point, like having more content, getting it more in front of people's faces is super important.
Well,
but
it's a no-brainer for the merchants because if they still have the option to receive it however they want, but they're going to pay less fees.
Right. I mean, we hosted. So one of our big meetups in Austin is the Austin Bitcoin Club, and we had right when the Square go live for Bitcoin payments went live, we had a meetup with Parker, Michael Vaclav, who's the co-founder of Medici Coffee, and Sam, his last name escaped me, Sam Moffitt of Local Pastures, which is a local rancher and grocery store. Two Bitcoiners who had wanted to implement Bitcoin into their business for a long time, but they didn't have the tools to do it. And then one day they just were able to turn it on, and they're like, this is amazing. And we were able to show to the community, like, you can do it, you can turn it on. And, these merchants, they're only getting a few transactions per day, or not even, maybe per week in Bitcoin, but every time they get it, they keep it at 100%. They're like, that's adding to my stack, that's adding to my stack. And it's exciting to them. And then the other piece of it is if I want to pay in Bitcoin, but the merchant wants to accept or transfer it to fiat, they can save 2-3% off the top, and that really adds up. I forget, they put out some numbers the Square team did of how much savings that could do for the merchant to their bottom line at the end of the year. So it becomes a no-brainer because you're just eliminating the middleman. Like that's what Bitcoin was set out to do. It was set out to eliminate any intermediary, and now it's happening, and you can see it in real time. And I think that's the next step, where then the tools that people are building here of the peer-to-peer adoption and transactions, like the vouchers that Rockstar and them did yesterday. Tiago, that was really cool because you're decentralizing ATMs in a sense, and Bitcoin ATMs, and you don't see that type of innovation actually happening in the States. that idea that's kind of like we're not going to touch that. But then you see it happen in real time here, and we're printing rod bucks. And
Rudies. They're called Rudies.
Rudies. I mean, I don't know if Rockstar showed a picture when he was on the panel, but like this guy was looking like the president on that bill.
So
more-
let's start the
here it's
rumor
more
that Rod has
peer-to-peer
issued a token. Yeah.
Bitcoin Park style, just go straight down.
So, guys, I know you came to spend sats. I know you came to serve. You came to enjoy Bitcoin Beach. We just want to say thank you for being here.
No,
and
thank you from us.
You guys.
Yeah, this
Thank
has
you
been
guys.
such a great week so far. I'm super grateful that I was able to get in because there was not as terrible of weather in Austin as there was in Nashville, unfortunately. But glad these guys were able to make it too. But thank you both. Like this has been an incredible experience.
thank you.
Thank you guys.
Okay, welcome back. We're here in Bitcoin Beach in the global Bitcoin circular economy. And we have here Zach, Brandon, and Jetro. That we want to say thank you guys for all the hard work that you have been putting. We know even in our white paper, the Bitcoin Beach white paper, we talk about the marketing side. How important is that you build, you do, but you can communicate it in the best way. In the last 4 months, we have been having Zach and Brandon, and Jetro have been here longer, but you guys are always doing marketing and talking about Bitcoin. So thank you for that.
Yeah, well, thank you, Roman and Mike, for having us here. It's great to be in Elzonte Bitcoin Beach. You know, I came here close to 5 months ago with a one-way ticket and a mission to shoot a documentary about the
Find a
grassroots
wife
Bitcoin. Well, actually, I think I have one on the way. So, but anyway, so my first Bitcoin purchase was a camera, and it's because I came here, I wanted a mission, I wanted to integrate with the Bitcoin culture, and I met you. And so from zero to hero, we've been creating so much, just being out there for that adventure, driving Bitcoin adoption and education, and to share that with the world, together with Brandon, we've been riding around the country in the Bitcoinetta with our Salvadoreño brothers, Fred and Brian, and it's just been an honor. I'm overwhelmed. I can't believe I'm sitting here with the likes of with you guys. It's exciting, and so yeah, it's. And why do we do this? Well, we do this because we have a great responsibility. You will own Bitcoin and you will be happy, and we're here celebrating that. This is the Zante Economic Forum. We have to broadcast that message to the world. We have to compete with the other globalist movements and show them that we're going local to global. And yeah.
Thank you. Brandon?
Hey everybody, Brandon Martin. You can follow me on X at @LBrandonMartin. And yeah, this is like my 5th month down here at Bitcoin Beach working with the guys. Zach had mentioned, we've been traveling all around El Zonte and El Salvador in search of Bitcoin circular economies to promote and advertise for what's going down here. What's going on down here. I came down here to do some independent journalism and reporting on this movement because mainstream media has failed us, and it's up to us, the plebs, the people that are involved with real life scenarios, that come out and see for ourselves, the proof of work that's happening all around El Salvador. And being at Bitcoin Beach, it's one of the first circular economies to help start and show people how it's like to live peer-to-peer instead of through the third-party corrupt banking systems extorting people to death. So, being a Bitcoiner, there's no better place to learn from people than El Salvador, people that have been coming down here to, show people what it's like to live on a Bitcoin standard. And, being in El Zonte, there's so many more people down here living on a Bitcoin standard, to show what it's like. And, at the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit the last couple days, we've had people from all around the world that have came here to see what it's like to teach and to learn and to be, start their own operations up as a worldwide movement.
And we're super proud of you, Brandon. You came here and you find a wife already.
Yeah, I came down here last year for the Max and Stacy Invitational, and it was such a cool event. I fell in love in El Salvador. I met my fiance currently, last year, and we've been staying in connection all year long. And the last 5 months, getting to know her better, I proposed to her on Christmas Eve night. It was a special occasion for me, and so now I'm going to be, I'm engaged to a local Salvadorian woman, and, their morals and values and the respect of this woman is just the most substantial thing I've ever came across in my life. So if it wasn't for Bitcoin leading the way for the future of humanity, I wouldn't have came down here and seen what it's like.
No, well said, brother. Thank you. Jethro. Yeah.
So just to add a few more nice things about these two guys, because you've already heard about me a little bit. So Brandon Martin, Max Kaiser has called Brandon Martin his favorite artist in the world. You may know the Book of Max, that cover art, that was done by Brandon. Most of the memes you'll see about Max and Stacy, their events, posters, that's all Brandon. And then Zach, of course, fluent in multiple languages from Sweden, but also fluent in Spanish. And actually working with the Beef Initiative a little over a month ago, the Minister of Agriculture of El Salvador came to visit Texas Slim in Texas. And they needed somebody who was both fluent in Spanish and highly skilled with the camera.
They're not really happy with the Spanish side, I hear.
Oh. You may have to answer to that one, Zach. But yeah, just huge shout out to the work that these two do. And personally, for the many interviews I've done for the Bitcoin Country podcast for Stacy in the Bitcoin office, most of those have been produced by one of these two, depending on the event. But amazing work in addition to for the Bitcoin Beach team.
But thanks you too, Jethro. I say it, but the work that you're doing with helping Berlin, helping Stacy, the Bitcoin Country podcast, it's like I told these guys, I have this conversation with Brandon and Zach, like, guys, there is one day per week that you need to be off. not Twitter, no social media, and they look at me like if I'm saying something that they cannot do, you know. But I have to say they're getting better.
Well,
We're gonna.
it's good to have some young blood in here because Roman thinks he's still young, but he's starting to get old, and so we need some younger blood in here.
It's true.
You know,
It's true.
livening things up.
I can't say he's younger than I am, you know. So
Well, we know who's the older here, guys, and we're not talking here about age. We just want to say we're really grateful for you three, and let's keep building.
Yeah, well, I just want to mention one more thing, and it's, the three of us, we traveled around the world together. We went to Mauritius for the Africa Bitcoin Conference, where we also held the Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit Africa, where we saw 15 African leaders come together for the first time to share their projects, to show, to, learn from each other, the challenges, the opportunities, and I like the analogy of like, we're all creating these local circles, Bitcoin circular economies, but in the end, what we're going to do is we're going to connect all those and create one big flower of life. And for you guys to bring me to that and to be able to document that entire journey and to produce a documentary film that we actually premiered here on the summit, it's been a great honor. It's been so much fun. And, I can't believe I bought a camera 4 months ago, and here I am 4 months later premiering a mini documentary with the likes of you guys. So thank you for that opportunity, and stay tuned. We're going to premiere it now for the Plan B conference, and so that everyone can take part of it at the Bitcoin Beach YouTube channel.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
yeah, and one more thing, what Bitcoin Beach has done for people around the world is inspiring people to come down and to blossom themselves. And what you guys are doing is great. What all these other people are doing is great. But what I've noticed is there's a great word called synergy, where it's just, if you got 100% out of Bitcoin Beach, 100% out of me, or 100% out of anyone here, when we're all together, it amplifies each other by 1,000 times. So as someone like this from people all over the world, not only amplifies it 1,000 times from peer to peer, but it amplifies it 1,000 times every person that's introduced. So we're getting 100,000 times more signal than we would just individually besides Bitcoin Beach.
Let's go. Thank you. Thank you.
Love that.
Yeah, let's do it. Woo! We're better together.
We're better together. Woo.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Beach live stream, exclusively here from the Bitcoin Beach Circular Economy Summit 2026 in El Zonte, with all of these circular economy leaders gathered from around the world. And for our next segment, we actually have the two co-founders, Salvadorian co-founders of one of the biggest projects here in El Salvador. So we've got our friends Evelyn and Gerardo, co-founders of Bitcoin Berlin.
Hey.
And of course, you all know Chimbera, Roman Martinez, co-founder of Bitcoin Beach. So this is going to be a lot of fun, just talking about the growth in El Salvador's Bitcoin circular economies. So could you tell us a little bit about when the project was started?
Yes, so thank you very much for having us. We are thrilled to be here, part of the summit of the Bitcoin circular economies, with the inspiration for so many circular economies. Thank you, Roman. And yes, so we started back on 2023, and we got inspiration by what was happening in El Zonte by Bitcoin Beach. So we decided to look for a place where we wanted to live, and decided that that place was going to also, we were going to start orange peeling the businesses. And so that led us to Berlin, in Usulutan, in the eastern side of the country. And we have been working there for 3 years with over 170 merchants accepting Bitcoin now. So you can basically live on a Bitcoin standard there.
Yeah, it's been extraordinary to witness the progress, just the growth over these past couple of years, and just seeing it from the early days personally and just how far it's come. I'm so proud of you guys. It's beautiful. And so what do you, I guess, unless you have a question.
Can you tell us that story? What story?
Yeah, no, yesterday.
No,
I'm not gonna say that.
no. Yesterday we were at the summit, and someone was presenting and called Gerardo. Gerardo was just wake up. They were awakening, you know, in the morning.
I was just coming in.
Didn't have coffee yet. You just call him and say, "Can you tell us that story?" And Gerardo said, "What story?"
Yeah, he brought me to the stage and he wanted me to tell the story which I'm not gonna tell.
Yeah, you have so many great stories here.
Yeah, you need to come to Berlin if you want to listen to that story, though.
Yeah, I'll tell the story there.
No, for me, guys, like one of the things that I admire about you is there are not many Salvadorians that decide to stand up and be the change that we want to see, you know?
Yeah, we need more.
And for us, we have clear that no one is coming to save us. Like, if we want to see a real change in communities in our country, it have to be a combination, you know, of foreigners moving here, working with locals, but not just expecting that the magic will come, you know. If we want to see more Salvadorians educating about Bitcoin, getting into Bitcoin, building into Bitcoin, we need to create those leaders, right? And I think sometimes you underestimate the impact that you will have in the people in Berlin, but also on the people that are follow you, you know, and say like, hey, if Gerardo and Evelyn can, we can, you know. And I think as a Salvadorians, I feel really proud to see more Salvadorians getting that challenge, you know, because it's not easier, you know, building a project, building a Bitcoin circular economy, like Jethro was saying, is one of the harder things to do, you know?
Yeah, it's a lot of work and a lot of people is involved. Like in Berlin, we've been lucky. We had a lot of people like Jethro that came to the project and start, working together. And like you were saying, you know, right now we're building El Salvador, and we need, people, Bitcoiners, especially Bitcoiners, because we've been saying it. They're not tourists. Like, they come to build. They like to participate and get involved. So just like, Jethro and many people that have come to Berlin. And there were the help from locals too, so we've been lucky, to build this team and been working almost 3 years now. And yes, we need more Salvadorians. Like this guy, what's his name? The 19 years old.
From Chalchuapa, Kevin was?
Chris.
What was it? From
Chris. No, he's
17. He doesn't look 13.
He was saying he's 13.
No, he doesn't
he's
look
17.
13. Well, I don't know, but he might
I
be.
talked to him. I asked him.
So he's
And
17.
he's 17.
Yeah.
His name is Chris. But the point is that he's young.
Yeah, exactly. And Salvadorian.
Yeah.
And like now getting involved in the leadership of this new circular economy. So that's what we need, more people like that, Salvadorians.
No. And I think it's a process, right? It's a process that came with sometimes pain, learning curve, learning, and we need to build and learning what's working, what is not working, but modifying and keep moving. So
Yeah, I think that's what's important. These events, like the second year, bringing people from all over the world, Bitcoin communities from all over the world, put them together to learn from each other is genius, and
and
it's needed.
and you see people coming super exciting, like to coming to El Salvador. It's kind of like, we used to see this when Salvadorian people used to dream, I'm gonna go study to Europe, that I'm gonna go to the French school, to the German school, because I have the opportunity after that to go study abroad. I see the same excitement when people are traveling to El Salvador and saying like, I'm going to El Salvador to learning, to be in Bitcoin Beach, and I'm gonna go to Bitcoin Berlin. I'm like, it's definitely something
Right.
happening here.
Yeah.
It's beautiful what's happening. And also with all these amazing people here, we are going to be hearing from all of them. And I do have a couple more questions for you, but I do just want to remind everybody, the last episode on the Bitcoin Beach podcast, you can hear from Gerardo and Evelyn the full story of Bitcoin Berlin. And then also for anybody who is in El Salvador watching this live stream right now, could you tell us a little bit first about what's happening in Berlin next week?
Yeah, so we are having an event from the 2nd to the 4th, which is the medium of exchange experience. We want to give people the experience to be immersed in another circular economy. So they have spent a week almost in El Sonte. Now we want for them to know Berlin, and we're going to take them to different locations to be able to pay in Bitcoin and to have some fun as well. So we're going to have football, soccer tournament, poker tournament. We're going to have meetups. We're going to have natural pools. We're going to have a lot of fun, different activities during these 3 days. So yeah, but we're in Satlantis. So for anybody that is watching this video, you can go to Satlantis and sign up for the events that we have in the calendar.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. It's a unique experience organized by these two right here. So proud of you guys. And it's a much needed type of Bitcoin event. Actually an immersive experience in a circular economy. It's not just a conference where you're trapped in one venue. You get to actually experience the town, see for yourself these 170 merchants accepting Bitcoin, spending it with each other, paying staff in some cases. And so my final question for you guys, and I don't know if you have any others, but my final question is what do events mean to you guys like this, where not only people are flying in from around the world for the Plan B conference, but for the summit in particular, you have all of these leaders of circular economies from around the world learning from each other, and then many will be actually coming up to Berlin as well. Why is it important for you, and why is it important for locals as well? Just this interaction of Bitcoiners visiting each other from around the world and learning from each other.
Yeah, I feel very honored and privileged to meet a lot of people. Last year for me was mind-blowing, getting to know a lot of the African communities and to see all the work that they are doing in a place where sometimes Bitcoin is illegal and they are still doing the work. It's hard for us to do it here, and I can only imagine how hard it is for them to be doing this job. And then see how they come up with solutions for the problems that they have. It's very inspiring for me to get to know them and to learn from them. So I feel very honored to be here sharing with these people. It is amazing.
yeah. Now, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for also share the key things that are working in Berlin, and I think this is the way. Together, we're gonna build El Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Roman. I want to congratulate you and then the Bitcoin Beach team this year. You knocked it out of the park. It was amazing.
Last year was great, and this year is wow,
amazing.
Let's go. And remember, if you come into El Salvador and you're planning to visit Bitcoin Beach, put a couple days to visit Bitcoin Berlin.
Yes.
Let's go. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hoy va a ser hielo.
Oh man, this is a real rock star.
Yep.
Okay, we're back, Jetro. We're here in the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit, and we have here a good friend of us, Dusan. Welcome.
Hi there, guys. Pleasure to be here.
Welcome back to El Salvador.
Oh man, always loving to come back. This is my maybe sixth time, and every day is better and better.
Love to hear it. Welcome back to Bitcoin Country. And so, Dusan, you are one of the leading educators for Bitcoin educators, and you also run Circular Economy. And could you tell us a little bit about all, like, Prospera, Roaton, and then also Amity Age, and just, yeah, all of that?
Yeah, so 4 years ago I ended up on Roatan, which 5 years ago I had no idea that the place even exists. I was like, is it Asia, is it Africa? I have no idea. So it's the most western island of Caribbean, belongs to Honduras. It's the second largest coral reef in the world. So if you love diving, definitely a place to visit. And there happened to be a little tiny jurisdiction called Prospera, which is one of the most forward Bitcoin jurisdictions in the world, where it's the only jurisdiction where you can run your company fully on Bitcoin. You can set it up in 15 minutes and do the whole unit of account in Bitcoin. So I decided to set up a Bitcoin center inside. And today we are teaching multiple schools across the whole island, not only in Prospera. We onboarded more than 60 businesses to Bitcoin. We are helping companies to pay their employees in Bitcoin, so starting multiple projects this year to really build the circular economy. It takes time, but I'm enjoying the journey.
Yep. Step by step, and you've been able to sustain it for a couple of years now, so that's impressive. Not every circular economy can make it that long, and one of the reasons you've been able to sustain it is the Bitcoin mining angle. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so our company is MTH. MT stands for like cooperation, fellowship, and friendship. So we see Bitcoin as a tool that can take us to the age, to the future of cooperation. If companies or if governments cannot print money, we can have more harmony and peace and cooperation. So MTH goes for 5 years, and our main business is and was mining. So we started in Slovakia, through Czech Republic, Paraguay, and Africa. Now we're opening sites in Norway. And that was our main business model. When we were starting the Bitcoin center in Roatan, I decided I don't want to depend on grants and subsidies, because one day you have money, the other you don't, right? So I was like, we want to find a business model that will be sustainable. So initially we are right now like funding it from our proceeds from mining and other financial services we are doing, but we want to build it in a way that the economy and the Bitcoin center is sustainable on its own. So we're developing new projects that should help us with that. But yeah, thanks to that, we were able to pay people. So everybody is a paid employee. They're paid in Bitcoin, so they can fully focus on building the economy.
And many people know Dusan as the miner educator, but he is one of the best educators, Bitcoin educators, you know.
Thanks. Absolutely.
And to me, we have been working with Dusan, having him in the last two summits. And since the first time that I met you in the way that you teach about Bitcoin, I was like, wow, those skills are not just need for being a Bitcoin educator. Those skills you needed for life, to be a good seller, to be good to entrepreneurial ideas. And these mornings I was telling you, I think those skills we need to talk how we can working with the leaders, how we can give these skills to the leaders, because I think everyone should at least do a session with you.
Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate you telling that. And actually, you really inspired me in the morning to think more about it. So after our meeting, I was thinking we should definitely come up with a solid project for circular economies that helps them sustain, helps them be more entrepreneurial. We can do it together. And I already have sessions in mind which we can teach them. And yeah, I mean, spreading Bitcoin is not only about knowing the tech skills, knowing the hard skills, but it's a lot about the soft skills, like how to speak in a way that people are inspired to learn Bitcoin. Because it's not about just talking about the features, it's fast, it's private. People don't have any images behind what is decentralization, what is censorship resistance. It's just a term for them. But you need to put it into images, you need to put it into pictures. So there's a lot of soft skill things that is required, and especially for sustainability, how to negotiate, how to sell, how to handle objections. So there's a lot of skills that can help people really be sustainable.
No, 100%. And in the beginning, it's not about it's not about how to educate. It's about how to sell the idea to people that you are the person that can educate them. And I'm super excited. We're going to talk about it because I think now with the last grants that we give to the Bitcoin Circular Economies, to the new Bitcoin Circular Economies, we're doing workshops now. We have follow-ups every month. We have workshops that we want to give skills, knowledge. So I see a potential workshop and programs
Amazing.
About that.
Amazing. Very happy to help with that, guys. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm definitely struck. One of my takeaways from this summit is really emphasizing how much, even though circular economies are not businesses, generally they're more the nonprofit NGO model, you do kind of need these business skills to make them sustainable.
Definitely.
Marketing, sales, persuasion. Living in Berlin, I was so struck by how Gerardo and Evelyn essentially went door to door to all these different merchants at first. It is essentially sales, persuading people.
Yeah.
So, and also one of the things that makes Prosper interesting is these business-friendly laws. So what do you kind of see with the overlap of Bitcoin, like entrepreneurship, circular economies? I know a lot of Bitcoin companies have relocated there. Yeah. So kind of maybe just kind of the final thoughts on the overlap there.
Yeah, I just actually here in the summit met two companies that just told me they are Prospera company as well, which I didn't know. I'm like, whoa, I would love to know more. So yeah, I mean, we are benefiting tremendously from it because it's a super lightweight jurisdiction. You can set up, again, business in 15 minutes, run it fully on Bitcoin, pay your taxes in Bitcoin. So really, to pay taxes, it's just 1% of sales, only from the region of Prospera that you generate, so not global. And once you're paying that, it asks you, hey, do you want to pay with card or do you want to pay with Bitcoin? I just click Bitcoin, choose Lightning or on-chain, done, 2 minutes. So it's super lightweight, super amazing. Plus, what I love about Prospera is one thing, and that they can go bankrupt. And it's beautiful because suddenly, since they cannot go to debt to infinity, they have investors, they need to make money, they treat you as a client, as a customer, as a partner, not as a tech slave. So they are building the infrastructure in such a way that it's easy for you, that it really inspires you to come and do it there and not somewhere else. If they wouldn't do that, nobody would stay, nobody would come, and they would go bankrupt. So just this free market perspective or free market approach to governance is something that I'm like super inspired about. And I think this is the way where we as a world should be going, having little jurisdictions that are based on market principles that can fail, and people can, they can compete with each other for us, the customers, right? So I'm very inspired by that. Eric, the CEO, and Gabe, the co-founder, they are super aligned with Bitcoin. The president of Prospera is one of the most crazy Bitcoin maxis I've ever met. So his family is fully on Bitcoin. His kids are getting pocket money in Bitcoin. So he's like full on. Even thanks to him, we placed the huge Bitcoin logo in front of Prospera. When you're entering, this is the first thing you see, a 3 meter in diameter, a huge Bitcoin logo. So we are doing our part, bringing Bitcoiners in, showing them the benefits of setting company there. So if you really don't need fiat rails, but you can also have them in Prospera. If you're a purely Bitcoin company, I don't know any other jurisdiction better than setting up in Prospera.
Well, certainly some Bitcoin companies agree. And I know we're winding these down because it is a mini interview. I have one more question. I don't know if you have any others. But you are, of course, one of the leading educators for Bitcoin educators. So it's actually a two-part question. So one, you mentioned you learned that more people are based in Prospera. Did you learn anything more about like circular economies from these other leaders during this summit? Like, what was the most interesting thing you learned? And then if you had one final message to give to anybody who wants to start a circular economy or grow a circular economy.
What I learned from other circular economies that we have a lot of similar problems. Like, no matter where we are in the world, there are these 50 different shades of orange, right? Everybody is a different structure, different culture, but the fundamental issues we are solving are very, very similar. Sustainability, how to really survive, how to really spend time building it and not going to your fiat mining work. Also, the education aspect of it is super important, very inherited within every of the circular economies. And also looking at things that can bring people in, like tourism, what I can sell, what idea of my country and economy I can show to the world so people come. So what I learned is that there is a certain finite amount of problems, and if we figure it out, a lot of solutions can really be applicable across the broader scale. Each solution might be tiny different, but I think once we come up with solutions, we should share more, and that's why the summit was amazing, because we can really talk eye to eye and exchange ideas. And I love this summit just because of this reason, because there is no better way for circular economies to come together and share these things. So it makes me, I written like a whole page of ideas from the workshops, panels, everything, and I like, when I'm coming back to Roatan, I want to do all of that and apply everything. I don't know when, but I just really want to grind all of the ideas.
I love it. That you didn't have just one answer. You have a whole list of things
sorry.
that you learned. That's so cool.
No, but the message is just, think about sustainability, because my background, we founded, it wasn't a circular economy, it was a cafeteria in Slovakia in 2017. There was crypto only. And I'm saying crypto because at the time there was no Lightning, so we needed to use Litecoin and a bunch of other stuff for transactions. But it failed, and one of the main reasons is we didn't think about sustainability. We put a lot of money, a lot of effort into it, and after 2-3 years, the COVID killed it after it. But I was like, shit, we spent so much energy and so much great stuff just disappeared. So I'm telling every time to everybody, hey, please think about sustainability first, like how you're going to make it happen, because otherwise a lot of great value can disappear. So that's the message I want to give to whoever is listening. Like, don't be afraid to think about also money aspect of your economy, make it survive, because that's how you can deliver the most good in the world.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
No, I love it, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
See you next year in the TER Summit.
Definitely coming. Thank you, Jetro.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roman.
You.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Beach Circular Economy Summit live stream. For our next guests, we have Juan Galt from Bitcoin Magazine and Jordi Yonk from Head of Growth from Zatlantis. So the theme for this panel is going to be media and events in the overlap with the Bitcoin ecosystem. So first, Juan, could you tell us a little bit about your work with Bitcoin Magazine, when you started with that, and then also, actually just that for now.
Yeah, sure. So thank you for having me. Thank you guys for hosting this. I mean, I know you guys have been working very hard. Roman has been working very hard, I'm sure, to get all of this stuff set up, and I appreciate it. I work for Bitcoin Magazine. I'm a writer for them, and I've been with them most recently since March. Though I have a long history with them. But yeah, since March I've been writing for them. I basically cover Bitcoin businesses, but I've been focusing a lot on self-custody and privacy and companies that are moving the, let's say, the cypherpunk ideals forward, but also are like good business people. Like they know how to keep that sustainability, right? And it's, I think, something that this conference has focused a lot on is sustainability and actually using Bitcoin. So I think there's a lot of alignment between the work that I do usually and this and what you guys are doing here, except that you guys are taking a kind of non-profit approach and reaching people that are considered generally unbanked and in extreme or states of poverty and so on. So that's been very inspiring and very filling for me compared to a lot of the corporate style conferences that I usually attend.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, circular economies in many ways are the embodiment of that peer-to-peer cash ethos, electronic cash. And also, speaking of cypherpunk elements, Nostr is another one, decentralizing the internet, essentially. And so, Jordi, could you tell us a little bit about Zatlantis, what you do with them?
Yes, well, first, thank you for having me as well. Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Bitcoin Beach. So, I joined Zatlantis, Zatlantis was built or came to life 18 months ago. I joined 12 months ago, and it was like a everything app that was trying to do everything, like maps and pictures and everything, because we discovered Nostr and we wanted to like revolutionize the whole Bitcoin app scene with Nostr. And then we started going from conference to conference, like all type of conferences, like the typical ones that you go and you see like products that are sold. And then I, as Bitcoin meetup organizer myself in Barcelona, I started discovering that there were other type of groups of people meeting, like the circular economies. So then we started discovering or tapping into these groups and realizing what are their needs. So then is when we decided to switch 6 months ago to build a tool to empower circular economies and Bitcoin communities. So we are leveraging Nostr and Bitcoin without even saying it. So we're building an app to help people to thrive in their communities. And in the backbone, in the base layer, we use freedom technologies that are Bitcoin and Nostr. And that's one of the things that I realized after coming to this summit and talking to some people. I'm here to learn. So I came to learn so we can build an app. Like last time we met, like 2 months ago in Berlin, that was not Zatlantis. But because I discovered what was Berlin, we updated it to be like a tool to empower people that is not yet on Nostr or on Bitcoin. And it's a little bit similar, like the Berlin community is a little bit similar to what you have here in El Zonte. So this is what I've seen so far in this summit. Like there are like two types of groups of people that are in Bitcoin: circular economies and Bitcoin communities.
Yeah, well, there are actually many different types of people in Bitcoin. Those are the ones that I
those are the two that
I find most exciting.
That I can separate that are not similar, but that we can bring them together.
Yes, and it's much needed, and it is very important, these circular economies and communities and events, to bring them all together from around the world and share ideas. And so the theme for this is media and events and how they bring people together. Juan, what's your kind of experience like working in the media? Obviously, there's been a lot of FUD about Bitcoin over the years, a lot of false narratives. In particular, is there anything you see with like medium of exchange narratives, the media around that? Or are there any like priorities along those lines with media, like any problems you're seeing and anything to emphasize along those lines?
Well, there's a lot of good news that have come out over the past few years about medium of exchange. Despite, let's say, that conversation on Twitter or on social media about Michael Saylor's sort of, don't spend Bitcoin, it's too valuable, hodl it. It's like, I mean, he's not wrong, but like, there is a counter argument, which is you need to use it for it to spread, right? And then on the other hand, I found an edge case here. Somebody was telling a story of a small circular economy where, they were introduced to Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, and they're moving it, but now they're finding, hey, you know what? We need to teach them that you can save this and hodl it because it might go up, so that they can beef up their savings and have like that store of energy. So I think they're kind of both true, and there's a spectrum of some sort, and I think that's sort of where the conversation is at. That debate, there might not be an answer. It might just depend, and we need to defend both use cases and probably teach people, empower people to do both use cases. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Well, yeah, and that's definitely why the media is so important, is just educating people. I don't know if you wanted to jump in.
No, I also would like to hear from you, Juan, like writing for Bitcoin Magazine. If something has been changing, after these 3 days here, to see and hearing from all these projects all over the world, about the importance of Bitcoin as medium of exchange, as that Bitcoin have to become money. So, is there anything that have been already like changing in your mind?
Yeah, I think I'm very curious about what difference Bitcoin is making in these NGOs or these sort of nonprofits on the ground. How is that different? How is that differentiating this work that many of these organizations are doing from what they would do with fiat? And it seems like there is at least for the people here, a very authentic impact and a focus on education and empowerment instead of just giving them stuff and taking a selfie, right? Which is kind of like the big critique is, generally the fiat NGO world is considered kind of like either a psyop sort of money laundering scheme, right? Or it is sort of considered so it's criticized, and but what I'm hearing from people that I'm interviewing is actually no, we our donors told us we only donate the Bitcoin if the Bitcoin gets used to pay for things. And that means you have to go and teach how to use the Bitcoin. And so now Bitcoin becomes a tool for education of a bunch of basic skills. You have to do basic math so you can do Forex calculations of how much a SAT means in the local currency, right? And you have to click, and there's Wi-Fi, and so it's a window into modernity and the global market. And that might be enough of a thing to change a child's life in somewhere in Latin America or Africa.
And just to answer super quickly, is like Bitcoin allowed us to not repeat what the traditional NGOs have been doing, right? Where everything is centralized and all the money many times stay in the team, right? And what really get to the communities is a little, but Bitcoin helps you can donate directly to the projects, to the communities, to the leaders, without anyone in the middle, and there are so many great platforms. Geyser, for example, Geyser is a big tool for Bitcoin circular economies where you can go. There are so many projects. If you want to help, if you want to donate some sats, you can go to Geyser and choose some of these projects and send some sats, and those sats don't goes to any big organization in top of that project. Those sats goes directly to that community that need it,
Yeah.
And it really helps having media raise awareness about things. One thing I just remembered in the course of this conversation, when El Salvador made Bitcoin legal tender, it was actually at a Bitcoin Magazine conference where the announcement was made with Jack Mallers and President Nayib Bukele. And so media is very important for getting the word out. And then also events are very important. So my next question for you, Jordi, is what do you see with events in the Bitcoin ecosystem? Some people criticize there's almost too many conferences, but on the flip side, what do you see the importance of all these different kinds of events, in particular for circular economies, whether it's this summit, meetups, or bigger events, just the whole range of things? What are you seeing as the head of growth? You see both the analytics and you go to many of these meetups, you've been to many of these circular economies. So
Actually, based on my previous experience running the events, and now I'm in touch with all event organizers, I realized that there are again, we are Bitcoiners and we know about Bitcoin, and most of those events are for us. And then there is like a barrier for entry for other people. So what I realize is that when you say, oh, there is a Bitcoin event, then the person that has never heard of Bitcoin it's reluctant to get in. So the new approach that we're getting is we're not talking about Bitcoin or about Nostr or about Freedom Technologies anymore. So you can say there is, let's say there is a surf contest in Bitcoin Beach today, and we're gonna invite everyone to come. And imagine that you have to rent the boards, or I don't know, rent or pay for an instructor or whatever. You can pay in fiat, you can pay in dollars if we're here in El Salvador. It's fine, you pay. But then to register to that event, you need to have like some list of how many people is coming, how many boards do I have to rent, how many instructors do I need to have. So then instead of using the traditional fiat event apps out there, I say use Atlantis, and then you join, you're gonna give your name and email anyway. I need a name or a pseudonym, I don't care who you are. And I need an email to send you the ticket in case, because sometimes there are like paid events and you have to pay. I need to know who am I sending this ticket to. I don't care who you are, I just need to know how many people is coming. So what we have been seeing in our, all of our analytics, as you were saying, is that the less you use the words Bitcoin, the easier it is to bring pre-coiners, as I like to call them. And then, once they are there, and because what we have built in Atlantis in the last 2 months, and Roman, I didn't tell you that yet, so what we have been building is an app to register to an event, and once you are in the event, and you can pay in fiat for the event, once you are there...
If I can pay in fiat, I'm not going to go.
You not?
And he doesn't like to let me go into his event.
No, you can.
He closed the door for me.
Oh, yes, in San Salvador for adopting.
I'm joking.
So the idea is that the event organizer can choose whether to accept fiat, USDT, or Bitcoin. But my mom is not going to come if it's only a Bitcoin-only event. She doesn't know. But once she's there, imagine the event costs, I don't know, like $100. So don't charge 100. Charge 110. And with those extra 10, Satlantis has a built-in wallet, Lightning wallet now. So with this 10, the event organizer changes it to 10,000 sats. And then after the surf event, there is like some drinks or some restaurant, and the restaurant has a QR code and Lightning. And then the person that participated in the tournament, on the surf tournament, we can tell them, open the app that you used to register. There you have 10,000 sats. What is this? I don't care, I don't matter. I'm tired, I need some food and some drinks. Scan the QR code, voila, onboarded, circular economy. So this is what we have been doing to onboard communities and circular economies, to onboard normies, the 99% that is not yet there.
I love it. We definitely need more of that, just Bitcoin overlapping with all these other different types of events and niches and just other ways of spreading the interest. And I don't know if you wanted to jump in, but I just have one more question.
Yeah, one more question to close. It's, what's your takeaway after these 3 days?
Well, I just want to say we had a good conversation about Atlantis last night, and you showed me the app. The app looks great. It's matured a lot. I mean, you people out in the audience might have seen it throughout the maybe a couple of years that you guys been working on. I looked at it yesterday. It's clean. It's beautiful. Thank you. It's very fast, very reactive, and I believe you when you tell me that it's a solid replacement for Luna, and Luna is sponsored by Solana, which is a shitcoin, and so you should not use Luma, use Atlantis.
And Alex Besky is a pure Bitcoiner, right? It's an app building from Bitcoiners to Bitcoiners, you know? From Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
Yeah, Svetsky's a great entrepreneur, and I love how he had this. He was one of the first Nostr entrepreneurs, and I love how he figured out, you know, what do people actually want with Nostr? How can we put this in the real world in a way that's useful even for pre-coiners, and just honing in on events to specialize.
And I didn't even mention that, but now that you brought Nostr, every user that buys a ticket for an event, even the free tickets, we generate a Nostr identity for them, and then they are there. And then a hack that you do is that if Roman is organizing a private event or something, and I go to his event, I follow him automatically on Nostr. So then it's a very easy way to boost Nostr usage.
Yeah, it's brilliant, just spreading the network effects and building out the social graph. People who are going to the same sort of events anyway, they can just connect automatically with sovereign identity and sovereign money built in. And so I know Juan just gave his final thoughts. Do you have any final thoughts?
Yes, it's my first experience in a Circular Economy Summit. Last year, one of our team members, Jason Sellers, came here in name of Atlantis because he was closer, because he lives in the US and I'm in Spain. But he told me so many good things about it. And this year I discussed with Alex and he said, it's now your time to experience, to have this in real life experience. And my final thoughts is that I like the way that you are bringing circular economies leaders, so in a very intimate group, so then I have time to talk to all of them. If you bring 100 people or 100 communities, but my goal here is to learn from all of you so I can build a tool that might be useful, not to the circular economies already, but the person that is tangents to the circular economy. So thank you for organizing.
And you know, maybe like a week, maybe with Jordi, maybe 2 weeks ago, we didn't know he will be here, right? With Juan, Mike went to Medellin. I couldn't come this time. I was even supposed to be speaker. And Mike is talking to Juan, and Mike is like, oh, I invite Juan to the summit. I'm like, great, you know? But things happen for a reason, right? Yeah. We don't know what's going to happen after these 3 days and why we're all sitting here and hanging out. But I'm pretty sure something cool will come. So thank you guys. Thank you for coming here.
Thank you. I'm really grateful. And we're gonna be collaborating. Just keep an eye on Bitcoin Magazine. I'm going to write about a bunch of stuff that you guys are doing. This is very, very exciting.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, Juan. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Jordi, as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. We're here in the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit in Bitcoin Beach, El Salvador. And we have the Beef Initiative. So, welcome, guys. I have different questions, but if you can explain us, what is the Beef Initiative?
Sure. My name's Tom Tabor, and I'm the Director of Executive Outreach for the Beef Initiative. Our founder, Texas Slim, he's back in Texas making some big deals today, so he's not here. But Steve Williams, the head of our project for El Salvador, is here. And what we're doing is we're actually changing the way that the world interacts with the beef industry. Right now, there's a lot of lies and deceptions. There's a lot of mislabeling of product. And there's also a lot of lack of access to beef, and we're actually changing that in a number of ways, working with independent ranchers directly, and also through our new website domain that we just got that Texas Slim owns. It's called beef.com. It's a game changer.
That's in Texas.
The beef.com is global, worldwide, but we're doing things in Texas, in the Panhandle of Texas specifically, and then also in El Salvador. We have a contract with the country of El Salvador to bring beef here as a new beef cattle industry, actually rebuild it from the ground up using Texas genetics of beef cows that are higher quality beef than we can currently receive in El Salvador.
Love it. Can you explain a little bit more, Steve, how that happened? Like, how's
it's
the first time that I met you?
It's all about you, Roman.
It's not about me. But I think it's about timing and,
it was
being in the right
amazing.
time. And
so this is my 6th time here since August. Almost every month I was back. The first time we met you at a meetup, and then it was you leading us to Max and Stacy, and then going to the Ministry of Agriculture. I left in between that. Slim reached out to me the following week and said, hey, we're talking to these guys. What can we do? We put a proposal together. They, liked what they saw at the Ministry of Ag, and since then it's moved rapidly forward, and we have signed the agreement at Bitcoin Historico, and here we go. And so it's truly amazing. We're working at the speed of Bitcoin. Now, you guys use that a lot, and I've been a Bitcoiner, but I'm not immersed as much as you guys are, but it's really happening. What's going on here is amazing.
no, I don't think so. There is another country that you come with an idea, and I remember you left that day that we're attending the first meeting with Oscar, the Minister of Agriculture. I drive Texas.
Yeah.
And it's like the minister's like, come with me. Like that's what we need, you know?
Well, and kudos to them for seeing that, right? It's one thing to present an idea. It's another thing if the other people see it and get excited about it and act on it. So kudos to El Salvador for admitting that and embracing change, right?
And I had meetings with the Minister of Tourism, Minister of Economy, with my clients for real estate projects, right? So many things. And every time I bring a client to attending one of these meetings, the ministers say, how can I help you? That doesn't happen anywhere else, So I know PF is involved. He had been like, I'm looking for farms, I'm looking for land. He's a good friend of mine. Can you tell us, PF, when you get here, you moved here recently, we find a beautiful house for you, and now you're like, telling me like, I want to start a ranch with Texas.
Well, I'm honored to be a new member of the Beef Initiative. I want to help these guys any way I can because the mission is noble. It's very much needed. Food security is very much needed. And with me spending a lot more time in El Salvador, I'm able to help them with anything they need. I'm just a new member to the team, and I can't wait to help them integrate. And I think circular economies is going to pair well with the Beef Initiative for community development and food security. And that's what I'm excited about helping with here in El Salvador. And what a great place to be. Like you said, Roman, in El Salvador, if you want to build something or do something, you contact the government and they're, how can I help you? And that's just amazing. El Salvador is moving in the right direction, and I want to be a part of it.
And Zach, you are the worst and the best, He's living with us. He's helping us with so many things, but he's just like, I need to go to Texas.
He's tall enough. We let him in.
Steve is calling me, and I'm like, okay. That's cool. How long are you going for? It's like, I don't know. Okay, great, So you traveling to Texas?
So yeah, you took me to Mauritius and Dubai. I came home here, and I was here for 2 nights, I think, and then I packed my bags and I flew to Texas. And I joined in the Beef Initiative invited the Ministry of Agriculture to a tour of Texas, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and to be that bridge, to capture that on camera, and to be a translator, a mediator. It was a huge honor. Yeah, and part of that, like why I'm the best and the worst. It's coming to this country, as a sovereign individual and seeing so much opportunity and having this chance to take part of it all has been amazing. And one of the things that I've said so many times now that I love, or I coined, which I love, is Bitcoin beef circular economies. Let's get on that Bitcoin beef standard, because what the Bitcoin Beach is doing is we're giving education, we're putting people on the Bitcoin standard, and what I feel the Beef Initiative really can do is follow up with the actual jobs. How can we supply those, how can we make those sats go around with entrepreneurialism, with culture, and so yeah, it's all for the good cause of Bitcoin. 50 Shades of Orange.
And 2 things about that trip. One is, he told me that I find my dad, someone adopting me as a son, and I think that was you.
It was. I stole, after we went to Texas and showed them the Ministry of Agriculture, the amazing things we have going on there, I stole him for Christmas and New Year's and brought him to our beautiful property in the mountains of Colorado. So sorry, I made it worse for you,
no.
Roman.
But the thing is, I'm working deep there. We have this side project called the Beat Initiative, and so maybe we don't want to talk about that too much now. But
it's a joke.
And the second thing that I was super proud, and thanks you guys, because for the first time I saw him wearing a pair of shoes for men.
Yeah, can you imagine that?
Yes, we've really
Finally,
made
a
him
pair of boots, Roma.
I know.
And
Thank
so
you
we
for
tell.
noticing.
He likes to tell the story that these 2 guys from El Salvador were like kids in a candy store. He was way worse when he got to Texas. I don't even want to tell you what he acted like. Anyway, yeah.
We need boots for you too, Roman.
I know. I need to get a pair. So, back to you, PF. Why you think? First, why you choose El Salvador? Because you came first, right? You. I think the first property that you, Mike, and Steve purchased here was 4 years ago.
Yeah, we came in 2022, and it only took 1 trip. And I tell people that visit El Salvador that you can feel El Salvador. When you get here, you can feel the hope and the opportunity and see the growth. And that was in 2022, and we immediately fell in love with the project here in El Salvador. And the very second trip, we closed on our first property, thanks to Good Life of El Salvador. And subsequently, we bought a beach home here on Bitcoin Beach. And I can't wait to participate in the growth of the country, and the Beef Initiative is giving me that opportunity to feel useful and to help. It's a project with my history in farming and cattle when I was young in Michigan is going to help me, and I think Steve and Tom and Slim seen that, and I can't wait to keep the boots on the ground here.
So this is an interesting story. When we were here in December for, I call it the trifecta of conferences, right? When we got that announcement done at Bitcoin Historico and Stacy announced it that we were working officially with the government, things just crazily opened up for us. And PF was one of the examples. People were coming up to us basically just volunteering, and Tom and I, we would literally speak, or the night before we went to, we need this person, we need help in this, and the next day those people would just show up. I mean, it was amazing, and PF was one of the ones that came up to both of us and said, and he couldn't help himself. He said, "I love what you guys are doing. I want to help," and he meant that. He said, "Whatever I can do to help." That's the attitude I've never seen before, Roman. Is people offering to help.
One of the common things that I see is that because the stage that El Salvador is now is not for everyone, right? We're still building the foundation. People will come after when the foundation is built, and building in top is easier. But one of the common things is entrepreneurial people, right? Mm-hmm. Builders, and this energy of ideas, collaborations, like, what are you doing? I'm doing this, I'm here, I'm moving here. I have been seeing so many people, including PF, that I'm going to El Salvador to relax, And then you come here and you feel this energy that things are moving, that your knowledge that maybe in the USA, in Canada, it's a headache if you try to do it.
Right.
Here is a need.
Right.
And you feel like, why am I gonna be in the hammock all day when I can help to build this country? So thank you for that, guys.
Yeah, and don't get me started about what's wrong with the beef industry. I mean, I'm a farm kid. I tried to farm. I had to leave because of a family farm dynamic, but it's frustrating when you have all these ideas and you know all these things and you can't perform, and you come here and it's like the sunlight's open, the windows are open, and the opportunities are. You said it best. We have the ability and the environment to do things the right way.
Yeah, and that brings me to the one of the last questions is, how's the beef industry here in El Salvador? What did you find, and what is the things that Beef Initiative will solving here for us?
No, that's a great question. You know, the cattle industry and the whole agrarian system here has been stuck for the last 40, 50 years, especially the cattle industry. The genetics have not changed for 50 years. Imagine that. So we improve genetics we can do it every season in America because of rapid improvement through artificial insemination, embryo transplant. So we see this environment. It's okay. I mean, as people say here, I eat the beef, it's okay, but it's not near as good as it could be. So it's 50 years behind. We're going to bring modern genetics, modern breeding technology, and modern feeding systems that'll take the cattle that are here, improve them, and then also use artificial insemination and the other AI to help us design and pick the best type of cattle to come here and improve the cattle that you have. We're not going to come in here and ride in and tell you everything, how to do everything. It's taking what you have and improving it.
And I just want to say this too. Thank you so much for everything you've done for the Beef Initiative here. It's phenomenal. Our introduction to Max and Stacy and to the government, we're excited to be part of it. There's no better country in the world to actually do this with because of President Bukele's vision of what he's creating, how he's transforming his country. This is a huge part of that, and we're grateful and honored to be here to actually be a part of it and to make a difference, because this is ground zero for the new beef industry, and that the model that gets established here is the model for the world.
Love it. Thank you, guys, and good luck, and anything we could do to support, we're here. Thank you.
Roman.
Thank you, Roman.
Appreciate
Thanks,
you.
Roman.
Thank
Keep
you.
up the good work.
One last message is go on beef.com. You can put your email address and sign up for interest. They're going from local to global, and let's get food security, not only in El Salvador but all over the world. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back to the live stream of the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit here in Bitcoin Beach, El Salvador. And for this one, I have my good friend here, Archie, help me co-host this panel.
Okay, I'm here. I'll do my best.
Thank you. Thank you for accepting. I know just because of me.
Only because of you, yeah.
And we have here our good friends from Bitasker. So welcome, guys.
Great to be here. Thank you so much, man. It's amazing.
Thank you very much. Quick introduce yourself from where you're from, and then I have some question for Bitasker.
Sure. My name is John Byrne. I'm the CEO and founder of Bitasker. I live here in El Salvador at San Blas, the next beach up from this beautiful beach. Been here now for 14 months. Came in a one-way ticket to build Bitasker, which is a peer-to-peer tasking app where you can earn Bitcoin for doing tasks.
My name is Scott Meehan, and I am the CTO and co-founder of Bitasker. I also came here on a one-way ticket with my wife and my son from the United States originally. And we are here to make sovereign technology more accessible than legacy technology, and to make Bitcoin's circular economies more efficient than fiat economies.
Love it.
Hey everyone, I'm Oz. I'm from Mexico. I'm a software engineer and part of the Bitasker team. And let me tell you, we are cooking here, and the tech is right, the moment is right, and yeah, world get prepared to get working with Bitasker.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I feel I need to learn it from you. So, do you have any question for?
Yeah,
for
I
them?
do. So tell us about what Bitasker does in one sentence, and we'll take it from there. I've got some follow-ups for you.
Okay, you want to take that, Scott?
Yes, we are an app where you can pay or be paid for work in Bitcoin. You can be hired and get paid in Bitcoin, and you own your data on Nostr. That, in one sentence, is what we do.
So that's really important. Data sovereignty and privacy is really important. Is it only through the transmission of Bitcoin payment and acceptance?
That is currently the case. We are planning on also offering USDT support. We want to reach non-Bitcoiners, people who are kind of flirting with Bitcoin. They're not Bitcoining yet, but they want to be Bitcoining, but maybe it's a bit too difficult for them, and they don't know how to do it. So we want to be able to bridge them on as well, and bridge the circular economies with the legacy economies, so people can get Bitcoin ultimately, but get dollars in the meantime and swap them as well for Bitcoin.
So that's exactly what I wanted to ask you about, because quite often, two parties to a transaction, if one wants to use Bitcoin, I think it's really valuable to give optionality for the other person and not compel them to, and maybe just as a matter of habit, using the platform and more platforms like yours, they eventually start becoming more curious about Bitcoin and accept it. I've seen too many Bitcoin-only platforms essentially just limiting themselves to people who are already converted, and I don't see the point of that, really.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like it'll be very easy to transition on the app in and out of either, and ultimately, like what the app does, like we are running a smart contract that ties up the deal between the tasker and the taskee, and that's done on a sidechain called Rootstock Bitcoin, right? And we actually have very easy to use automatic swaps into this currency, which enables you to actually utilize the power of smart contracts with Bitcoin. But the great thing is that you can actually do it with Rootstock USDT and also money on chain. We can also make the smart contracts with USDT as well, because living here in El Salvador, like there is a lot of people here that just don't want to spend their Bitcoin, and if they don't want to spend their Bitcoin, well, they need to have the right to non-custodial freedom technology, which we got with Bitasker.
Sure. So tell us about the main categories of bit tasks that people can use your website for.
Yeah, so like it's anything from a micro task to a macro task. So like if you go to bittasker.com right now, you can see that we are live. There is tasks on there right now. And you don't need to log in. You don't need to sign up to see the tasks. They're available for anybody to see. And there's tasks on there from people saying, can you help me transport a mattress from one suburb to another? There's another one going, can you come and clean my the rust of my ceiling fans in my house? I live by the beach. Another guy is looking to get a website made because somebody's looking to get an app. Someone's looking for assistance with writing. So it's basically peer-to-peer, anything to anything, from one startup to millions and millions of stats in the hundreds of billions of, I won't say the word, we're not allowed to say the dollar word, but I said it, right? So in the 100, right, in that
Mike is
regard.
watching.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay,
in
that's really
addition
good.
to
So-
that, if I may add, so we take a transaction fee, right? On a successful transaction, we get paid a platform fee. We are making it very attractive to use Bitcoin. The Bitcoin fees are significantly lower than the dollar fees for this. So you can get paid in dollars, but if you want to save more money, you get paid in Bitcoin. And in addition, for those people who decide to use dollars, the system is still more efficient than traditional systems because there's no banking involved. Once the two parties agree on the outcome, funds are released immediately.
Okay, that's good. So is this a global platform?
Yes,
And
it
so
is
why are
available
you
globally.
based here for this platform in particular?
Why here?
Yeah.
This is where it's happening, man. Like, it ain't happening anywhere else besides here.
Well, what is it? What's happening here? What pulled you here apart from, Bitcoin policies?
Look, man, the hardest thing in the world, there's nobody in the world, there's no country in the world with more people that have a Bitcoin wallet, that know what Bitcoin is, and actually has Bitcoin in the wallet. So for us to go somewhere in the world where that doesn't exist, that's a lot more work we have to do. So there's already like a layer in place here for us to build on, right? So we've just, we launched about 2 months ago, and so far, we signed up almost 400 users now already. And we can see where those users are, we can see the names, right? And it's happening right here in El Salvador from Salvadorans, right? So not gringo Bitcoiners living here, it's Salvadorians that are onboarding and on-ramping, because it's easy for them to do that because they already have a wallet and they already have Bitcoin in a wallet. And there's nowhere else in the world that has that.
And no, I love it, and I think in the same way. I don't think so. Also, there is another country that is doing what El Salvador is doing in terms of Bitcoin, right? You feel it. But we're here at the summit, and you were the last 2 days in the global Bitcoin circular economy summit with all these leaders building Bitcoin circular economy. In the end of the day, I see BitTasker being one of the tools for Bitcoin circular economies, So, but I want to hear from you, John, what changed for you these 2 days? What's your biggest takeaway?
Man, there's so much processing in here right now. There's what I have seen is just blown my mind, right? And the biggest thing is the amount of talent within the Bitcoin community on a global scale. There's so much talent already available. And BitTasker, what's changed is a couple of things. One is I realized that BitTasker is a tool for circular economies to deal with circular economies. It's the bridge to help them contract each other. Right? We all need to get stuff done every single day. So let's have a network where we can easily engage each other and keep stats flowing within a, it's not a closed network, but it's in a Bitcoin-centric network or Bitcoin ethos network, And then what I also realized is because BitTasker will work anywhere in the world, there's already multiple circular economies asking us to come to their country, right? There's circular economies asking if they can be ambassadors for BitTasker, and they go, we love the project, we've used the tool, it's easy to onboard, it's easy to use, we get it, and we want this in our country. So potentially BitTasker can go around the whole world, but we're standing here in Bitcoin country.
And one more question, because we have so many people that we need to interview, is what's next? What's the next steps for
The next step is we must deploy, right? That's the step. So we have we've been running this hashtag here in El Salvador, hashtag we must deploy, and it's about actually taking action. So what's next is we're going to start getting involved, boots on the ground in these circular economies, Bitcoin Beach, Bitcoin Berlin. And our guys are going to be, working with the merchants, looking at the supply chain, speaking with the supply chain, and then helping everybody join together in the network as opposed to just the end user accepting the payment. Let's go all the way back to the 100 steps that had to happen for something to actually to get to a merchant and get them into the network. That's what's next.
Okay. Any other question, Archie?
No.
The last one?
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roman, man. It's an absolute gift to be here. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit here in Bitcoin Beach, El Salvador. And we're here with our good friends from Thanks God for Bitcoin. Welcome.
Roman, thanks for having us.
Awesome to be here. Thank you, Roman.
Can you do a quick introduction of your names, what you guys do, and why you're here in El Salvador?
Yeah, my name is Jordan Bush. I was one of the authors of Thank God for Bitcoin, and then about a year later, we founded TGFB Media, which exists to help create resources to help the broader Christian world understand and use Bitcoin for the glory of God and the good of people everywhere. So we do events, we publish other books. We just published our kids' book called The Orange Umbrella, and then we do in-person events, conferences, and stuff like that primarily piggyback off of other Bitcoin events. People are already in town for a Bitcoin event, and then we'll do our own smaller event, and then people can invite people from their churches or from their charities that they support or whatever, and they can learn about Bitcoin and kind of get a taste of what it's like more than just hearing it.
What does this one say? Bitcoin churches.
They can get a feel for what Bitcoin is rather than just hearing about it on podcasts and things like that. And so we found people have really enjoyed, again, the Christian Bitcoiners enjoy getting together, and then they enjoy having the opportunity they can invite other people into that world. So it's been great.
So my name is Oshua Hawthorne, and I'm the founder and director of Brilliance Labs, which is a social innovation lab and incubator that came out of a church that closed down but had a lot of some real estate assets, and they said, we want to invest these assets back into the good of our city to promote new projects and flourishing and God's glory in our city. And so I started the organization, and we steward those funds to invest them in good projects in our city. And then we also adopted this project where we are exploring use cases for how Bitcoin can serve more globally outside of the U.S., outside of our city. And so we do a lot of consulting with organizations, charities, Christian nonprofits, and help them understand Bitcoin and utilize it for their projects around the world.
And guys, really quickly, because I think many people have been hearing about Thanks God for Bitcoin. What is Thanks God for Bitcoin?
Yeah, so right now it's basically we we decided to start it. When in the beginning it was like, do we start this as like a for-profit or a non-profit? And just the way that things go, again, we were like initially we're like, hey, we think there's a growing amount of demand for this, and then the reputation around nonprofits is that they always need more money, and so we just figured if we can run this as a for-profit venture, like let's do it. Not again. The goal was never. It was kind of like run it as a for-profit with a nonprofit heart. And so that's what it is. And so we do tons of things that are not stuff that you're going to go see on social media. So we meet with organizations, we meet with people who have questions, and again who have problems that they're all over the world, whatever it is that they're trying to solve, and that they have questions about whether or not Bitcoin's something that can help them. Another part of it is just there's a passage where Jesus is talking, and he says that those who are well have no need of a physician. And so it's those who are sick that look for a physician. And so for a lot of a lot of Americans more broadly, and especially Americans in the Christian world, they don't recognize, like, the value proposition of Bitcoin is not obvious to them. For everybody, where you hear about Bitcoin has a lot to do with how you think about it. And so if you're hearing about Bitcoin primarily through, cable news and these business shows and stuff like that, you're going to think about Bitcoin primarily as an investment. And so we're there to kind of facilitate other conversations and to help them see that Bitcoin is far more than that in so many places around the world. It's a tool that solves problems for which there aren't other good solutions all over the world, including moving money, including just a whole host of things. And so we're again just trying to open the vision and change the way that a lot of people see Bitcoin through podcasts, through books, through conversations, and stuff like that. So we're working on putting together like a course for like homeschool, like a Bitcoin homeschool course. And so again, because there's kids who are learning that the hardest people to talk to about Bitcoin are not people who don't know anything about Bitcoin. It's people who know just enough about Bitcoin to be dangerous, just enough to think it's silly or whatever. And so the thinking, just as it's been with you guys, is like if we can help train younger kids to understand what Bitcoin is and how it works and understand money more broadly, then we can shortcut the whole process of them understanding and them using and things like that. So that's kind of the broader project that we're doing.
No, I love it, and you guys are doing an amazing job. And I think this is a really interesting question for so many people. How God and Bitcoin are connected?
That's a great question, Roman. That honestly, I don't think anyone would put those words together or think that's a relevant question unless they've gone down the rabbit hole. And then that question almost like they go down the rabbit hole, they think, hey, we're going to learn about sound money, we're going to learn about fiat and money printing and SHA 256. Like you expect you're gonna see all these different things in the rabbit hole, but there's an unexpected person in the rabbit hole that people don't realize that they're gonna encounter. And what I would propose, what I've observed, is that God's in the rabbit hole, that he's in one of those like tunnels that people look through, and they're like, wait a minute, I thought maybe I was running for God, or I like matured past that. Now I'm more sophisticated. But look, this rabbit hole is actually bringing me back to Him. And it's just, that's a phenomenon that we observe. And we have so many stories. I was just talking to Jimmy Song, who's one of the co-authors of Thank God for Bitcoin, with Jordan, and he's outspoken, right? Wrote the book on programming Bitcoin. He's outspoken Christian too. And we were just talking, and he's just listing out these like well-known Bitcoiners that if you're a Bitcoiner, you know all their names. And he's like, oh yeah, so-and-so, he just got baptized. So-and-so, he just got married, and this Bitcoin pastor did the wedding, and now he's this. And like there's just all these stories. And maybe Jordan can explain maybe why that's happening. That's what we gave on our presentation yesterday. But it's definitely a phenomenon. And it's more than just random. Like it happens too often, and it doesn't happen the opposite way. I don't never hear someone saying, oh yeah, I found Bitcoin, and now I don't believe in God anymore. Not once did I hear that.
And Jordan, we call the Bitcoin Beach white paper, right? That is a simple guideline for people that want to build Bitcoin circular economy. But one of the pillars that we have there is spirituality. Why spirituality is important for kids, but not just for kids, also for everyone, to be conscious about this. Why?
I think again, a lot of this comes down to. So this is what I would say is to kind of step back a little bit. I don't think it's an accident that peak atheism at a global level. In some way, if you can measure, like there's more atheists around the world today than have ever existed. I don't think it's an accident that peak atheism is happening alongside peak fiat. Because if you look at like what fiat does, it allows governments and central banks to subsidize things for which there isn't demand in the market, for which there isn't demand today. And so like there's so many things like that by creating money out of thin air, there's no work that goes into producing it. If you have endless money, you can subsidize any idea or project or whatever in ways that make certain ways of looking at the world implausible. It's more difficult to conceive of how they could be true. So for example, 400 and 500 years ago, there's different theologians who are writing about how like it was inconceivable for them to think about atheism because it was just so logically inconsistent on a whole host of ways. And then 300 years later, now we have other people writing about how, and a lot of people feel this today, it's difficult for them to conceive of how God could exist because of so many other things that have happened in the world. And so I don't think it's an accident that as people start to realize the false promise of fiat currency, that money is, and that value is something that we can create out of thin air, versus something that is an objective thing and that we have to, that we can discover and that we can store or we can squander or whatever. I don't think I think as more and more people realize that that's the nature of how value works, that they're going to start wondering, like as they see the world differently because of, in the case of Bitcoiners, as they see the world differently, they're going to start asking themselves, well, what else that I took for granted that I understood of how the world actually, the real world works, was I wrong about? And so we've seen this over and over again, like Asha said, with tons of people where again, they start considering their faith. And a lot of these guys, they grew up, they had some sort of semblance of faith when they grew up. And then just over time, they didn't take it seriously, and they got involved. They wanted to chase money, or they wanted to chase, career success, whatever it is. And then over time, they start finding their way back. And so again, we want to acknowledge that reality. I'm not saying that that's going to be everybody's story, but like that is. I mean, one of the things that we talk about is that God. The way that the scriptures lay out, Christian scriptures lay out the world, is that there is a God who created everything, and so there is like we are not, so we ourselves are tools. Humans are tools, and so that shapes the purpose that we have when we're in the world. And so if that's not the case, then, and if purpose is something that we just create for ourselves based on whatever we want to do, well, then there's a whole host of things that become more difficult. So it's like, okay, so I want to do X thing that we would agree is bad. Well, who are you to tell me that I can't do that if reality is just something I can make for myself? And so there's a whole host of things like this. So we're recognizing this happening, and we want to facilitate this conversation and these types of things, and to have, if there's people who want to have these conversations and have questions that are occurring to them that they, that they're seeming more important to them now, we want to provide a space where people can have those questions.
I love it. And one more question. We're here at the summit, right? This is the open day. I want that you guys go enjoy the sun, enjoy the wave. We're going to do ice bath later. But wow, how was the experience for you about the summit, and what are the things, your takeaway from this small conference?
So I'd say two things is the quality of the people, just the amazing, the caliber of these grassroots leaders, and the diversity, right? So they're from all these different backgrounds, and they're all coming together with the same shared vision. They're coming different starting places. Some are really early, others are more established, but I don't see any like showboating, anyone like, hey, I'm trying to compare, like, what are your numbers, my number? Like, people are coming, they're humble, they're authentic, they're here to learn, they're here to cheer on one another. They recognize, hey, this is a hard work. Sometimes you see the social media posts and you see the pretty Instagram pictures, and you're like, oh, it's idyllic at Bitcoin Beach, everything's perfect and rosy and easy. And then, but you actually, when you're in the trenches and you're doing people work, you're trying to help people, you recognize it's hard. It's a long process. You need perseverance. You need to stick to it. The sexiness rubs off when the people go home from the conference, and then you got to grind. And you have people that understand it. It's just really creates a sweet community.
What about you, John?
Yeah. I think, there's a number of levels. So the first thing would just be, again, the amount of work that's been done here by you guys and by Mike. Like, it's been incredible just to see. We were here 2 years ago for an event with you guys, and just to see how much things have changed. Another thing, just to see how many more projects there are, how much the projects have grown. Again, and I wouldn't say selfishly, but specifically for me as somebody who does what I do, it's been super encouraging just to see how many Christians and even people who are Christian ministers, like there's been 2 or 3 people who I've talked to who are helping pastor churches back where they are. So to see Christians who, like in my experience, at least in the States, are not necessarily known for, being on the cutting edge of technologies like these, to see so many people who are leading, not because they're trying to get rich, not because they, are trying to buy a Lambo or something like that, but because they genuinely see it as a tool with which to help help people in their community who are, forgotten or taken advantage of, to help them, have basically an economic future that they can, use for the good of their family and their communities and things like that. It's been super encouraging. Again, just to see, I would say another thing would just be seeing the amount of countries represented. Like one of the things is just that, we believe that, God made the world, he loves the world, and he sent his son to save the world. And so part of, when you see what that looks like, Jesus, he left his easy life to come into the world. He left aside glory, left aside all these things, and came into the world to lay down his life for people who couldn't do stuff for him. Like, he could have demanded worship, and rather than that, he said, no, I'm giving myself not to be served, but to serve, and to give my life as a ransom for many. And so to see a bunch of people, whether or not they're explicitly naming the Lord, then naming Jesus as their worshiping Him or not, to see people laying down their lives for the good of their community, it's just something that's super encouraging and something that I'm pumped to be able to see and be a part of.
No, and thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roman. Ocean, I hear it. You hear it calling?
Hey, welcome back. Okay, welcome back to the Global Bitcoin Economy Summit here in El Salvador, Bitcoin Beach. And we're here with our good friends from Seoul.
Seoul.
South Korean. So, what's your name, guys? Can you introduce your names and what you do?
Hello everyone. This is NL, and I'm a educator, translator, YouTubers in South Korea. Nice to see you.
Hello, my name is Lion. I'm Origin X founder and Bitcoin Soul organizer.
Yeah, hello, my name is Atomic Bitcoin. I'm Bitcoin diploma, Korean demonstrator and educator and community builder.
So welcome to El Salvador. Welcome to Bitcoin Beach. We were in Seoul last year with Mike, met Ryan. By the way, you guys did such an amazing work with Bitcoin Seoul. And we were super happy to attending and invite Ryan to come to El Salvador, right? So what is Bitcoin Seoul? Can you explain us a little bit about the conference that you organize?
비트코인 서울은
Bitcoin Soul is
2024년도에 처음 1회로 시작이 됐고
started from 2024.
2025년도에 2회째를 맞았습니다.
And it was the second conference was last year, Bitcoin Soul 2025. when Roman and Mike attended.
예. 한국에서는 비트코인 올리 컨퍼런스로 처음 시작되는 컨퍼런스고요.
Actually, it was the first Bitcoin only
Yeah.
conference held in Korea.
That's why we came.
Yes.
특히 작년에는 이제 로만과 마이크를 우리 비트코인 서울에 초청할 수 있어서 굉장히 영광이라고 생각합니다.
It was so honor for us that we were able to invite Roman and Mike from Bitcoin Beach.
예. 비트코인 서울 2026은 올해 9월에 저희가 시작되는데 또한 이제 마이크와 로만을 만날 수 있기를 기대합니다.
And this year we have Bitcoin Seoul 2026 in the first week of September, and we do hope we'll see Roman and Mike again in Seoul.
We will try our best. We will try our best. And okay, first week of September. How many people attending Bitcoin Seoul last year?
작년 같은 경우에 한 3,400명 정도 토탈 왔습니다.
In total, it was 3,400 last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And how is the Bitcoin adoption in Seoul? Like, how many business you will say are accepting Bitcoin payments in Seoul?
Almost 200, like 160.
Yeah, we have 160, 170 merchants accepting Bitcoin.
In Seoul?
Yeah. No.
In Korea.
Nationally.
Okay, national.
But of course, we have many merchants active in Seoul, of course.
In just 1 year.
Wow, nice. Good work. Good work. So you guys are here in El Salvador for the first time. What do you think so far? What are your impressions with Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador?
Yeah, I mean, very frankly speaking, my wife was pretty much worried about I'm going to El Salvador. Of course, I told her about how the country became so safe compared to any other cities, and even like compared to Seoul, for example. Seoul is the very safe city, but like very comparable on that level. But of course, that's what I've heard from the news, from X, from other Bitcoiners. But that's not what I verified. Don't trust verify. Yeah. But I didn't verify that. But after we came here, yeah, we feel so safe, and people are so friendly, and foods are amazing, and yeah, I mean, nice weather, beach just over there. What we can complain about this?
No, and thank you for being here. We know it's a big commitment for you as well from Seoul to be here and attending the Global Bitcoin Summit of Bitcoin Circular Economies. So thank you for that. Last question. What's your takeaway from the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit? What you learned that you want to bring back to Seoul?
I think what we learned here is the critical mass does matter, really. Because, of course, we do have a Bitcoin accepting merchant in South Korea, but it's not like concentrated or very focused area. We have like Bitcoin merchants over there, but it's not like you charge your Bitcoin in your Lightning wallet and go there and have dinner, have drinks, and entertain yourself. We are not that level yet. So like just as we are learning from Bitcoin Beach white paper right now, but make a certain region like a very specialized region in a long term, like having a low time preference and making a certain district into a certain level, put to a certain level is very important. That's what we were kind of like learned here.
Oh, good. Well say, and thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us. Thank you.
All right, we got rid of Chimbera for a little bit. Yes, and I'm with my long-term friend Renata. It's been a while since you've come to visit us here in El Salvador.
Yes.
How long has it been?
I think 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, you used to love us, and then
No, I still love you guys. Come on.
So it's so fun to have you and Obi participate in the Global Circular Bitcoin Economy Summit that we just had. For people that, I think most people know what Fedi is, but we always have people that it's new to them. So explain a little bit about the Fedi project, the wallet, and then why you guys are so tied into circular Bitcoin economies.
So, first of all, it's amazing just to be back and see how the El Zonte and El Salvador progressed. Like, it's crazy.
It's changed a lot, huh?
I mean, now we have buildings, we have like the whole... I can't explain how big is this right now. I'm so impressed. Congratulations to you guys. The work is being done very well. It's really great.
Well, thank you. No, it's been a wild ride, but it's been fun to be a part of.
Yes, it's really, really amazing. And so in terms of Fedi, we are a private Bitcoin wallet that has also like community spaces, chat. So the idea is to help communities to be more effective on their activities on the ground. So bring their Telegram chats or their WhatsApp chats with the wallet component, and also having the mini apps that they can also use for education. So, and doing all of this in the private way, right? Like, I think it's a very important thing.
So from my understanding, if you're using a Fedi wallet, you have an extra layer of privacy than with a lot of the other wallets out there. So explain how that works and why that is the case.
So everything that we're building right now is focused on being very bulletproof. So first of all, the protocol that the wallets are built, it's on the FedMint protocol that allow the community create their own economical system and own it by themselves. So Fedi doesn't have the custody of anything, it's the community itself. And then the chat component is encrypted as well. It's based on matrix.
So Fedi doesn't have any insight into what's going on in the chat.
No, in fact, like, it's really funny because sometimes people come to me and say, "Oh, did you know that I use Fedi in my community?" I'm like, "What? Who are you in Fedi? Can I join your community or can I join your federation?" And so basically, they can do everything without us knowing what's going on. And communities can create federations for their community and be more public, or they can be more private as well. And even like change the name of their federation and be super public with their community space in Fedi. So they can promote their activities, but also they can offer the service of a wallet to the members of the community and charge fees for that, so they can be also sustainable, create a system that is auto-sustainable as well.
So the federations that are public, do you have any visibility to how many members they have, or is that something also you can't really tell?
You can tell. Like what you can tell about some of them is the volume. So there is, if you go to Bitcoin, to the FedMint Observer, you're going to see volume for the ones that opt in to give the visibility, and transactions. But the number of users,
okay. But they have to opt into that.
Exactly,
if they don't want that visibility, then it's not. Okay.
Yeah. So privacy for us is exactly this, like the cypherpunk movement, right? It's not about hide things for people. It's like choose whatever you want to reveal. So that's the core of the idea of our privacy.
So my Fedi journey is kind of similar to my Bitcoin journey, It took me a few years to overcome the skepticisms and the why it wasn't going to work and all of those things. So I think that's kind of funny, the parallels that I've seen in that.
And I'm pretty sure it's based on trust, like, because we're very close friends. That you're like, okay, if Renata is there is something there. I can't believe she's still sticking on.
Even just that wouldn't be enough. Like, it's taken me a while to kind of understand the
you
need
trust
for
it, but you need to verify this, right? Like
exactly.
Yeah, it's being really hard, like because what we are building, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Right. First of all, I always say to people like sometimes I feel like we are like Uber in the beginning. If someone would tell you like you're gonna jump in a car, if is a car from a stranger, the stranger is gonna give you a ride, you're gonna pay for that, and he's gonna drop you in somewhere. You're like, oh, it doesn't feel right. My mom told me don't accept anything from strangers, right? So I feel a lot about this, and also on the top of that, the idea of decentralization. It's really hard to build on that. On top of that, right? Like you need to glue different pieces of in the technology. So it's not just relying on us, but it's in a lot of elements that need to be involved on this. But that's what we're gonna need to make Bitcoin real Bitcoin for us, right? We need a decentralized Bitcoin. That's the core thing about this tool.
All right, last thing I want you to leave people with. I want you to shill one Bitcoin circular economy other than Bitcoin Beach, because I know you've visited a lot and you've worked with a lot. So choose one that
you are
tell
making
people.
do something really bad.
Yeah,
Mike.
yeah. No, I'm not saying it's your favorite. I'm not saying to pick a favorite. I'm just saying one. It could be even one that you think a lot of people don't know about yet, and so that's the reason you're picking it. So,
Okay.
So pick one, and that was here at the summit, and give people just a little push to like go visit them.
Okay, so I'm gonna give two. Can I give two? Okay, so one is Indonesia. We've been working with them already like for 3 years.
And that's Bitcoin Bali?
Bitcoin Indonesia.
Bitcoin Indonesia.
Yes.
Okay.
And they started like really small in a meetup, and now they are their goals is like to expand to all the 30 islands that they have in Indonesia. So they're like doing such an amazing job in the country. And also the way that they implemented their system is very smart, because they are saying to the government, Bitcoin Bitcoin payment is forbidden in Indonesia, right?
Any payments other than with the rupiah, I believe, is
forbidden, right? So what they are saying to the government is not about payments. We are just doing
trading.
It's a redeem point. It's a loyalty system. It's a closed loop system. And the government said, "Oh, that's interesting. I'm fine with that. So far so good."
Yeah.
And they've been like growing around this system. And the other one that I got really surprised, and I learned about them more here. I heard about the need, and I heard about some communities there, but the community from South Korea is like mind-blowing. The organization, everything they've been doing, and then speaking with them about the situation that they are going through right now, all the regulatory aspect, like just cutting their access even to self-custody.
Oh, really? I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
So I think it's something that opened my eyes a lot, like how this can be fast and can just roll out to the rest of the world, right? So I'm really surprised. And there is like a fun thing, I don't know if they told you, to be part of their community, you need to read 12 books about Bitcoin.
12. See, only the Koreans could get away with that.
Exactly.
You tried to do that in Latin America.
Forget about it.
Yeah.
And the idea of this is a shitcoiner is not going to put the effort to do this.
No.
But a Bitcoiner, I'm pretty sure they would do that,
Oh, that's
So they
amazing.
have a really strong community there.
I got to get the list of which 12 books they have. I love that.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. No, I would strongly recommend for people to visit. It's a really amazing project.
Awesome. Yeah, we were in Seoul last year for the conference that they had there, and that's where.
How was
that's where
that?
we met.
I still want to meet them.
Yeah, it
to
was.
visit.
It was great. Usually at a Bitcoin conference, you can show up wearing whatever you want. Maybe not in Seoul. Like
it's more formal?
I was very underdressed.
Really?
For the occasion. Yes.
It's
yes.
good to
They
know
were,
because I would be with my sneakers.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I wasn't the only one. I mean, it was a Bitcoin conference, so there was other speakers there too. But yeah, lots of people in suits,
That's
and so I
interesting.
was like, okay, I feel a little underdressed. Usually, you can
Yes.
show up wearing whatever you want.
Exactly.
And you don't have to
That's
worry
the
about
beauty
it.
of
So,
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
My
but-
husband always tells me, like, because I used to work in some past life in the government in Brazil, right?
Okay.
So very formal,
Yeah.
always like in high heels. And my husband's like, it's gonna be like that forever. Can I see you sometimes in high heels? I put like a jeans and he's like, wow, you look so nice today.
That's who am I? When I put on like shoes, my kids are like, "Where are you going, Dad? Like, what's?"
That's the beauty of our
Yes,
market,
yes,
right? Like
yeah.
be whatever you want to be.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get back to the beach here. I appreciate you letting
Thank
us
you.
make you work a little bit today.
No, it's
now,
beautiful.
Now you can claim it to be a work day. So
Okay, I'm gonna check in my. Sorry, guys, I was so busy
It was a
with
work
Mike
day.
today.
It was a work day. All right. Thanks, Renata. And
Thank
everybody,
you.
check out Fetty. Check out the Fetty wallet. You can download it from the app stores. I'm
Thank you.
assuming, like everywhere. Yeah. Right.
Okay, yes.
I mean, you shill it, not me. Come on, you
Okay.
tell 'em.
Sorry. Yeah, you can join. It's a ferry.xyz. You can join and download the app there. And we have on Twitter we are ferry_BTC. And yes, join us. And thank you so much
Awesome.
for
Well,
this.
thank you for still loving us and coming back to visit.
Oh my God.
We were feeling neglected.
No.
All right, thanks, Renata.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we're here with Daniel from Bitcoin Merida, right? Did I pronounce that right?
Sure, yeah, that's the name of the city.
That's close
yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
But is that the name of your project? Or
Well,
is it,
we've gone by many names at the
Okay.
moment because it's several projects. So we're focusing on two of them, which is White Paper House, which is a
Okay.
physical space that we're launching.
that's what you guys named the house.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So it's one of those sly roundabout ways.
Yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah.
all the.
So the pink white paper house.
Exactly.
It's pink, right?
Well, it's got pink areas because there's a meme we're trying to start in Mexico, which is like we tell people that we have special permission from the president of Bitcoin to use Mexican pink. It's a real national color, that pink, as the Bitcoin logo just for Mexico. And then people are like, wow, like that's amazing that you managed to do it. And then that's when we proceed to explain there is no president of Bitcoin, and you can make Bitcoin your own. You can express through it, and yeah, just make it what you want it to be. So that's why we figured, and it really works with people. They warm up, they feel at
Yeah.
home, and yeah, they like it. They drop their guard a little bit, so it helps.
No, I like that you guys have incorporated that to the local tastes. I think that makes it stand out for sure.
Yeah, so at the White Paper House, we're trying to just get people curious, right? So, for instance, a lot of the merchandising and things like that, we're just printing the Bitcoin white paper on bags and all sorts, and people, for them, it looks like a newspaper, but then when they look a little closer, they're like, wait, what is this thing? And it starts the conversation.
Yeah.
Right. So, for instance, we have the Italian gelato called gelatoshi. And also,
yes, I have an amazing shirt that you gave me. Yeah,
awesome. But we have to try the real thing now.
Yes, I know.
Because it really,
I've been on carnivore diet though, so I can't. I'm not supposed to eat. But I'll have to make an exception.
You know the Steve Jobs quote that it's like if you want to make people happy, don't be a leader, sell ice cream.
Yeah.
So that's our approach to get them interested in Bitcoin. So. Yeah,
I love that. So, do you guys make the gelato?
Well, we partnered with an Italian farm that actually produces the milk locally. It's some of the highest quality milk that we can get our hands on. So for me, the gelato that they're able to provide for us is up there. Is you know, and they're really anal about like how we have to order a special machine from Rome to get like the right texture. Otherwise, it's not gelato. Like if it doesn't have the right air circulation with the compressor, you get ice crystals at the bottom, at the top, and then so we have very high standards provided by them to provide real Italian gelato in the Yucatan.
I love it. I may have to break my diet to try it. Tell us the idea behind the White Paper House. Like what exactly is it? What is the long-term goal? I believe it's a for-profit business.
It's a mix. It's a hybrid.
Okay.
Because I'll probably have to pedal back a bit to explain the reasoning because it's something that we had to do out of necessity. And the reason why is because we set out to do like a somewhat ambitious project of building a citadel in the jungle in the Yucatan. And that's very challenging because we want to have like genuine self-sufficiency, so many development. I mean, if somebody was already selling plots, finished plots in the concept that I need, it would have been much easier to just purchase a plot there. But most of the places I've visited don't go the full distance. And so from that project, our main challenge was how do we attract people that want to live there if we're not producing the food, and how do we produce the food if we don't have the people that are going to eat? So that's where the White Paper House concept came in, because we needed a distribution space for all the things that we're going to be producing. And obviously out in the rural area with the Citadel, by default, we're partnering with the communities because they depend on us, we depend on them. So that's like a natural orange pilling relationship over several years, right? So Bitcoin is it plays a role in that, but before any exchange like that, there's a human bond that needs to be created. So for there are partners. So we have to be very careful how we introduce Bitcoin in those spaces. But partnering with them, and then with the White Paper House, we're able to get them to skip the intermediary and bring some of their products into the city, so that there is a for-profit area for some of the business because it's a big old space. But some of the spaces we're offering to them for free to bring their products into like a key like tourist location within Merida, which is the capital city for Yucatan.
And is that all up and operational now? Like, are you actually having people sell stuff, or is that still in process?
We're doing events now because we don't have, like, we're going to open up and expand gradually because it's a very big space and there's not enough interest and promotion. So I'd say we're operational, but in bite sizes, and we're going to, so for instance, now we might be opening just a few weekends, and then we're going to start to increase it in more. But we've been focusing on events. We've had some great events, like people from Austin come down and do some stuff. So yeah, like we've had a few great parties, and that's the start, right? That's how we...
Well, I've seen some of the pictures, and it looks like you guys did an amazing, I mean, it looks like it was a major undertaking.
You must remember, I mean, we've been talking to you since 2023. We were so naive and eager to get started, and obviously we didn't account for, also because it was such an ambitious place to build in that area of the city. Like, you cannot park a truck outside and offload building material. You either have to do it. And my neighbor, who's a master builder, was able to do this entire renovation with tiny little pickup trucks, like sneaking them in at night, and it was a nightmare. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. So 2 years later, here we are talking that it's finally coming together. So we're relieved to be able to announce that the project finally starting.
Like a lot of things I've done in life, if you knew what it was going to be when you started it, you never would have started. So sometimes
qualifies.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss. It actually gets us, and then once you're halfway into it, you got to finish.
Yeah, but we're over the moon. The Bitcoiners that we've had come through have loved it. Like we can really see that it's going to make a difference as a space where people are going to hang out. Also, some of the people that came to visit is Alejandra from Miss Bitcoin, and they have a project with the Bitcoin bookshelf. So she loved the space. She's like, wow, we need to put a Bitcoin bookshelf there. So already there's enough networking like starting to happen that's going to take the place to the next level.
Is there any? I'm just curious. Is there any like physical place like where people can stay in that incorporated in it, or is it only like sales?
We have some places, but more like to provide support, say for like the celebrity guests, right? Because we can't run it as an. We wish we had enough space, but it's smack in the center, so space is really limited. But for instance, I've orange pilled like a good friend of mine who has a hotel like literally in the next block. They accept Bitcoin already, so we're providing a lot of infrastructure where we could have. I mean, the idea is, and this is the whole other thing we've been working in parallel, is to orange pill like the entire centro of Merida, which is a colonial center, like a high tourist destination, and we've already like achieved enough presence where they're talking amongst themselves. We still need the Bitcoin visitors. That's the next stage, but at least like things are ready. Enough things are ready for them to have a good time if they come down. But I wish we could offer accommodation at the house, but it's very.
But no, that's great if you have a hotel that's connected.
There's a few hotels already, like some of the most popular like boutique hotels in Merida. This is like Condé Nast, New York Times type of thing, like 8-month reservation queue and stuff. They're all accepting Bitcoin.
Okay.
There's like
nice.
there's some good stuff like that that's already in the books.
Now that you're finished, we'll have to get back up that way.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously the circular economy, which is also like close to where we're building the Citadel, that's had some incredible progress. This is their 30th year because it's a Mayan agricultural school that's been, imagine, for 30 years they've been teaching self-sufficiency in the area.
And your mother's been working with them for a long time.
That's like imagine, I'll tell you just a quick story for them. We managed to raise enough funds to get them some solar panels. And it's been a year. Last night we found out that the local electricity company had finally signed off on so those panels have been sitting stagnant for a year, and they just started. Well, they've been producing all this time, but they're finally able to charge for the energy they produce. So then we need Bitcoin miners to come and join the mission and help support like everything that's going on there.
Did you connect at all with Alexandra from Paystand that was here at the summit?
We were late. We were absent from most of this morning's things, so we had a really long meeting with them. Super productive. Super productive, and I think we can work together.
Okay.
So
I think she'd be very interested in.
No, there's already we devised a whole like almost 2-year plan with them this morning. So
perfect.
Yeah, very, very excited. That's a wonderful thing about these type of events, right?
Yeah.
Like, things happen.
No, that is the reason that we have these things. I mean, the presentations are always great, those things, but it's the conversations that happen outside of that, the friendships that are born, all of those things. Like that's what really like makes a big impact.
Yeah.
So, as far as the long-term vision and having this self-sufficient community, do you guys have the land for that yet, or is that kind of this longer term? The dream.
That's why it's been taking so long to get to this point. We're in our second year of growing our own stuff, so we have a second generation of our own seed, like heirloom seeds in the area. That was the hardest thing, because we needed to know if it was actually viable. So we have the land, we have like all the paper in the process.
You already have all the land, and then you guys are going to sell lots on that?
Yeah, exactly. But then the challenging thing with that is obviously there's no legislation for Bitcoin in Mexico. So the process of setting that up involved orange pilling my lawyer and his notary office and all of that, and him getting I don't know if you met him, Ramon. He was right here. He spent his birthday here. We came out for Bitcoin Historical.
Really? Okay.
He met a couple of people because now he sees what Bitcoin can do, and that's a massive bonus for us, because it's a very influential family in the community in Merida that is now orange pilled, that is adding resources, telling people about it. So that was the most ambitious thing. So in the process of having to do this, we had to develop a very creative way of being able to do real estate transactions for real in Mexico, right? So now we have a path to be able to do that. So we can actually say that any Bitcoiner that wants to invest in Mexico if they look us up, like we'd be able to provide them like a very secure way of on the legal side, right?
Yeah.
Just so that everything
Yeah.
is in order
And
with
I'm
the government.
curious, and these properties, will the people be able to own full title, or do they have to do it through an intermediary, as I know sometimes is required in Mexico?
It's a trust structure.
Okay.
So it is like, and it's really like a trust. In Mexico, it's a fideicomiso,
Uh-huh.
but it's a master fideicomiso, so you don't need to set up your own.
Okay.
Right.
So you guys have one set up, and then they're like shareholders in.
It's a little bit like that. It's an unusual setup for Mexico. But for instance, we had to devise a way, because if we were going the normal route, which is kind of the condominium law and all these things, because we're trying to be extra eco and all of the stuff, they were asking us, to put in a whole full grid, to put in a water treatment, and the type of geology for the Yucatan is very delicate. So like most people completely destroy the first layer of the aquifer. So there's some risks of doing it the fiat way.
Yeah,
So we had to get creative to have full freedom in terms of our ecological design. But it's a structure that's been tried in Mexico. It's unusual, but there are hotels in Cancun that are owned through structures like that. So.
And are these is this something that there's lots available for sale?
There's
now?
lots available, but we're trying to do it almost like invitation only,
Okay.
because it's a very, very difficult project.
Yeah.
And we need to warn people. It's a very different kind of lifestyle, right? So like it's like you need to be ready for that. We don't want to promote it and then people like not know what they
Yeah.
got themselves into,
Yeah.
right? So the vetting process is a little bit, but in the Bitcoin community there's a lot of interest. So
Okay.
so yeah, like
Where like can people
or
find
through-
out
through-
more
through-
or
through
like
white
see if they
paper.
might be the right type of person?
Yeah,
for
so
it?
then like if they look me up, it's either through White Paper House, that's
Okay.
on Twitter, or my tag for that project is Ina Citadel, which is INAH Citadel. And Ina is a Mayan word. They have a special word for like the best quality corn.
Okay.
that they have. So the corn that you like select, you filter for the next harvest. That's the Ina. And that's like the whole philosophy of the project. It's, resetting your time preference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how many homes will be there
At the
eventually?
moment, there are 39 plots
Okay.
altogether, because the most difficult thing of what they call an intentional community is the human cohabitation.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? The human aspect is like nature knows exactly what to do and how to get along and how to sustain itself, but the human aspect is always tricky. And then there's all sorts of models and recipes for how you should structure, and of course there's a legal frame for how we're going to live there. But the main thing we had to come up with is we need to have enough space between
Yeah.
one guy and the next person, so that you don't even know that you have neighbors.
So how big is the entire
It's
property?
about so I think in hectares it's almost 94 hectares, which
Oh,
is
wow,
about
that's quite large.
230 acres
Yeah.
thereabouts. So yeah, and the plots are about 2 hectares each, so it's
Okay.
about 5 acres per plot. So that allows you to
And
have
do you
enough
guys have a price
separation.
range of what they're
At
going
the
for?
moment, like if the right people come, we're doing like this ridiculous introductory offer. So we're doing 250 pesos per square meter, which if the plot is 20,000 square meters, it's about 5 million pesos, which is about 270 USD
Okay.
for that plot size. Yeah.
So about 3 Bitcoin
Yeah.
current around there. Yeah.
Thereabouts.
Any cenotes on?
Well,
the
yes, we
property?
have. We literally just had the results of the study, and because we have a big cave, like from if you're a paranoid prepper, like which we started a little bit like that, we have a big cave where like we can almost build like some underground facility which has water, so
Okay.
it has like two water access points. and we're going to expand some of them. But we were just told we have another area. We used to call it the Green Amphitheater because it's essentially like a dome that collapsed and that was full of water at some point. And we were just given the green light to be able to excavate that and
Okay.
recover the cenote. That's one of the biggest perks in the Yucatan, like having your private
Yeah,
cenote
yeah.
on site, and obviously that's not reflected in the price because the prices were given out were before
Yeah.
we found out about that. So now we have like a window if anyone has serious interest to get it before the cenote is finished, and we have to like readjust things a little bit.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So,
Well,
yeah.
anything else you want to mention before we sign off here?
No, we'll just really want to thank you guys for all the support we've received over the years. Oh well, I do want to drop down an idea or something that I took from the conference.
Uh-huh.
Like we know when you guys were talking about tourism having been like your bread and butter, and how just start thinking along certain lines, and how you can. After that, like a lot of my thinking of where we were trying to get to started to evolve a little bit. So now, for instance, I'm trying to think, because the Yucatan obviously has a lot to offer
Yeah.
in terms of tourism. So I'm thinking, instead of what if we could empower, say, that community to run their own tourism company. So instead of like spending a whole bunch of money for education and stuff, if we empower them to say, like with a little bus or something, that they can go and fetch people from Merida, bring them to their community, and they see, obviously it would be a requirement, right, that they get into the Bitcoin,
Yeah.
just with the incentive of having a sustainable business of their own, right? We might be able to go a lot further, because I'd have to say, I got a bit depressed speaking to Obi, because some of their projects are so smart and so like, just changing the incentives
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
I'm like, what am I even doing, in the sense like I'm going to be working my ass off for 3 years to get to a quarter of what you're going to reach by just swapping the incentives around, and then the people will be like, trying to take it from you. So there's some food for thought, but there were some amazing insights like that were that came out of
I mean,
this,
that's
of
yeah,
this
that's
event,
the
right?
reason
Yeah,
to be together in the same room, is
Yeah.
to have those conversations.
Yeah, so nothing. That's also the physical space in Merida. Nothing beats in person.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we've been communicating for so long, but until we sit down and like really get up to speed, right? It's really hard to get the real picture for what's going on. So I would like say, please come and visit us in Merida
Yeah.
and then the Yucatan, and we were hoping to provide a great experience for Bitcoiners.
Awesome. All right. Well,
All right.
let's get back to the beach.
Great stuff. Thank you, Mike.
All right, year 2 for you, right?
Yep.
Yeah, second time in El Salvador?
Second time in the Circular Economy Summit, yes.
Oh, have you been to El Salvador other than that?
I think I've been here like 5 times in the
Oh,
last
you
2
have?
years.
Okay, awesome,
Yeah.
awesome. When were you here first?
Well, I came...
First, let's go ahead and introduce yourself and your project. Sorry, I forgot to
No
jump
problem.
past all that.
Hello, my name is Pedro from Dominican Republic. We have the Dominican Republic Bitcoin Circular Economy going over there. We're based in Santo Domingo and slowly expanding to
And
other
Santo Domingo
places.
is the capital?
Yeah, Santo Domingo is the capital and also the biggest city in the Caribbean.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
How many people?
Right now we have about 160 merchants accepting.
No, in I'm sorry, just general population. I'm trying to gauge the
Oh,
size
in
of the
Dominican
city.
Republic, about 11 million.
Okay, and how much in the capital city?
I think it's about 8.
8 million.
It's
Wow.
a bumping city.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a giant city.
Yeah, it's like a little New York of the Caribbean.
Okay. That's not even little. That's yeah.
Well, there's a lot of infrastructure. We have metros and stuff
Yeah.
that run underground and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you off track there, but
No
yeah.
worries.
I have not been to Dominican Republic, so I obviously need to go and.
You guys are
assess
formally
it.
invited to
All right.
the Dominican Republic.
And you have a place there that's kind of in the hills or the mountains, right?
Yes, we're actually finishing up a hotel. I think by mid-February we're doing the inauguration with some coffee and
Oh,
friends.
nice.
Doing it very, very small. But it would be the first Bitcoin-only hotel of the Dominican Republic. It's not that big, 11 bedrooms. Our focus is to do something similar to what you guys do here with the Bitcoin Beach House, but more focused on the local community. Because over there, there's really an opportunity to make an impact in a very positive way in the people's lives. You know, cities are big, people are all over the place. I think this kind of place is ideal for Bitcoin. They really need it, plus nobody has banks, and the closest bank is probably like 14 kilometers away.
So is it primarily like a cash-based society, or do they use like
Yes.
some type of QR code payments, or what's
It's strictly cash and what they call trueque, which is basically trading. That, for example, if you have certain goods, I'll trade you for meat or something like that. And this makes it perfect for Bitcoin. These people also feel very put aside by the traditional banking sector. They barely know how to read, so it's a bit difficult for them to fill out all the requirements, and they feel bad when they have to get like a letter from their employer.
Yeah.
But ironically, the town next door, which is called Rancho Arriba, just so happens to have a very robust agriculture industry with the greenhouses, tomatoes, this kind of stuff. There's a bank there that out of all the banks in the country is the one that receives the biggest amount of cash flow. So obviously there's economic movement occurring, but it has a lot of disadvantages that I think once we get the right education going over there, they could transition to a Bitcoin standard where they could transport this money in a safer manner. They're like safeguard the money from elements of nature and this kind of stuff. But more than anything, be safe, be fast, and have a vision to the future.
So outside of this hotel project, what are the primary tenets of your guys' project? Like, what are you guys focused on?
All right, so this is a good place for us because we're very close to the community. So the community is very open to downloading their wallets, allowing us to put the signage up, but primarily we just want to keep being as close as we can to them to get the education going. Not really in a formal aspect, it's not really necessary to go to a classroom, but doing this work one-on-one with the community members, because at the end of the day, they're also going to be a species of ambassadors towards what we're doing. And I know it's a fact that these people feel kind of neglected, and once you give them that little bit of attention, they'll be all in on you. So you go to their house, and if they're eating, they'll offer you from the same plate, invite you to a coffee. So our approach over there is going to be that, working as close as possible with the community, even closeness geographically, because we've noticed in the city, there's obviously more businesses, more people, but when you're building these circular economies, you can't expect to want to go all out and so big. So learning from
No, a lot of times the small communities are much easier. Yeah.
We've learned from our mistakes, and we understand how the economic structure in our country works. Perfect. We also understand for us as Bitcoiners, as builders, what we can do and what we shouldn't do. It's not that we can't, but we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Because sometimes in this, it's very easy to dream. Normally, when people get creative, you have your creativity and then God. And I think with this, you have to be very well grounded. And talking about God, His blessings come like an airplane. So right now, we're kind of building the airport. So those things to land. And we really think that focusing on this structure, creating this economic movement where the key players are the community members, much like what you guys have here, which is very admirable, that you see how you've integrated people, local people, and how you've become a family with them, and everybody is very devoted. I think this doesn't occur hiring people.
Yeah. No, that's always the biggest key component is getting the right people involved with the team. So I'm curious, having never been to Dominican Republic, what would you say are some similarities and some differences with here in El Salvador?
Number one thing, similarity, the wonderful human capital, the warmth of the people. It's very easy to talk to them. They're still relaxed mode as they are in El Zonte. Even if you go to a mountain town like where I am at, Arroyo Frio, Constanza, you're gonna find that warmth in the humans over there, similar to over here. You always have a friendly smile. People are always very, they have the desire to go an extra mile to be nice. So we have that. And then we have other things which we could relate with El Salvador, but possibly not where El Salvador is at the moment. I know El Salvador is also a country that has passed through some certain turmoils, and it's a country that's healing also. So we also have that our people, in a sort of way, they have lost a little bit of hope when it comes to the current situation of things. They're living day to day.
Okay.
Yes.
So you see Bitcoin having an impact there in a similar way that it's had here in El
Yes,
Salvador.
and also economically, here, for example, there's a lot of influence from products from abroad.
Yeah.
And normally these big companies, they establish themselves and they take over the market, kind of putting aside the we would call it economic and cultural identity of a place. And I think we have some of that there, where these big brands have kind of taken over anything. But you see new brands coming up, and I think these are also going to be key players to what our circular economy over there is going to be.
Awesome. So where can people find out about the Bitcoin Dominicana? Where can they come visit you guys? What would you say to Bitcoiners out there?
Perfect. The first thing I have to say, of course, come visit Dominican Republic. You just have to go to bitcoindominicana.com. You can find us on Twitter the same way. All the information is already there. Reach out directly. I will personally guide you. I think that it's important that I do it at first as an example, because I think that eventually there's going to be like tourism agencies based on Bitcoin, and Dominican Republic is a good place to do just that. So reach out, we'll help you. We've already had many tourists. Some even are here in the event around. Some live here in El Salvador, and we've had people from all over. We would be more than happy to receive you and show you que lo que hay with Dominican Republic.
Awesome. Well, appreciate your time
Thank
here,
you very much,
and
Mike.
that you came back for the summit again this year. And I need to get out there also to visit. So
We're gonna be waiting for you, and I hope you like merengue. The sun over there is pretty similar.
Okay.
And it would be a blessing for a person like yourself to go over there, and people be able to understand that Bitcoiners are people. We're not machines only. There's like a face behind all these things, and it would be inspirational to many people.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you very much, Mike.
All right, I'm here with Aaron Man. Wait, are we gonna get you a little figurine for you, like we have for Rockstar there?
No. I think I'm fine being behind the scenes. I'm supposed to be a little bit in front, but well, it is part of what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. So I met Aaron just what was that? A couple months ago? When was that?
At the end of October.
End of October in Goa, India.
Yeah.
So I had to travel a long way to meet you. But you guys were putting on a conference there. Was it Plebs Together? What was the
BitPleb Summit?
BitPleb Summit. Okay. You got so many things going on. I get them all confused. So I know you got the Plebs Together Strong is the meetup, right?
It's the community. It's the main
community.
Yeah.
And then you have Bitcoin Beach Goa, which is the circular
Right.
economy. And then the conference was what? I already forgot.
BitPleb Summit.
BitPleb Summit.
Too many names.
All right.
We got to find a way to like.
You
put
got to
it together
incorporate
now.
all these
Yeah.
together. That's why we keep it simple. We just call it Bitcoin Beach. So,
Yeah.
it's like,
Easy.
yeah. So, India, it seems like it should be the hub for Bitcoin, but you guys have kind of lagging behind a little bit. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to fix this, Aaron?
India has been like the hub for sound money. Like people understand
Yes,
gold,
they
right?
understand
for,
gold.
for hundreds of years, and they've been keeping it in cold storage. The women there, they understand it very intuitively in terms of like safeguarding the family. So like
I'm
that's
curious, as the recent run up in gold prices, has that been like something everybody's talking about in India, or is that
strangely not. I think they just think a lot longer. Like they're like, okay,
Okay.
fine, of course it's gone up. It's gold, right? Yeah, in terms of Bitcoin, things are very slow currently because there's a lot of noise with the crypto projects around, and the mainstream narrative around it isn't like too helpful either. And people just being, quite. Influenced by the mainstream narratives, do not really want to step out and like learn more about it. But we are doing a little bit. Plebs Together Strong in Goa, Bitshala, the other guys, they're doing a lot of work all around India as well.
I was impressed with the level of like technical acumen of the people that were at the conference, the depth of knowledge they had about Bitcoin, the business sophistication. I was thinking it was going to be a very like small, kind of informal group, but you guys pulled off a very professional conference with very high caliber people. So it seems like there's definitely a strong base there.
Yeah, there's a strong base. There's talent, and this is like a lot of work. Like big props to Bitshala for like really putting in the work technically for developing the talent around over there. And there is the raw talent with how bad was that?
I don't know what I almost swallowed. Hopefully it was just a flower or something.
Okay, so there's definitely a lot of talent, and India is like an IT hub as well. And slowly, the number of projects that are coming out, and we've seen like getting people together in a room like we did with the first summit back in March, and then again in October. That has really helped, collide a lot of ideas, bring together a lot of people who now want to build together. And now we're seeing the base layer of a lot of infrastructure coming out of this as well, a lot of tools, and people forming smaller startups now. So it's early days, but we're very, very hopeful for where we're headed. And I think, as you know, like as long as we have a good base of people who are committed, there's a lot that can be built off of that in terms of like the human resource that we already have, and like the raw talent and hunger that is there with the youth, because like half of our country is below the age of 35. So there's a lot of potential there for us to get the word out to them in a manner that they understand it, help them understand what they can do with Bitcoin and after Bitcoin. And that's the hope, that 4 or 5 years down the line, we have a buzzing ecosystem of projects that sustain itself, that are designed around Indian needs and Indian problems. Education around the country in like, I don't even know how many languages we have, but they're definitely in the hundreds, that we hopefully have more communities that are local, addressing the local challenges, helping the locals understand the problems there and how Bitcoin can solve it for them. Uh, and that's our hope, like getting people together in again now, probably sometime in October or November this year. We'll do it again. And with our project back in Goa, we are hoping that people come and learn from what we are doing as well,
Yeah.
in a manner that they're able to take it back to their smaller towns.
So I'm curious, this is your first time in El Salvador. You started Bitcoin Beach Goa without ever seeing the original Bitcoin Beach. How has it compared to what you were anticipating? Like, I'm just curious as to your honest impressions of what it is versus what you were envisioning.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin Beach as a project was something that I remember seeing it, I think back in after the 2021 announcement. I started following what was happening in El Salvador a lot more closely. And then there was this friend of mine last year who had visited El Zonte, and he gave me kind of a pretty negative review about the place. So I lowered my expectations when I was coming this time. Already knowing what is happening on ground, but then also like tempering it because there's marketing around things,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah.
you see so many projects, people talking a lot of things. So I came with slightly lower expectations, but I am blown away by the impact it's having, especially with the younger kids who understand it. There's like a 17-year-old who's starting another circular economy in a town nearby. And these kids are empowered by truth, that Bitcoin is real money, and you can build off of having conviction, or rather having an understanding that your future is kind of protected, is safeguarded when you're saving in the right um, in the right form.
Yeah.
So seeing where these kids are headed with the Berlin project as well, I'm excited to go visit Bitcoin Berlin and see what they're doing in the local context, because it's a really tiny town, kind of isolated from the rest. So we're seeing different flavors of Bitcoin circular economies within El Salvador itself. And of course, well, the Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit, my mind is blown, and I'm like humbled and inspired, and like I've taken away so much that I want to put into practice back home. I came here to learn, and learn I did. Like the 25 other projects, each one doing things in such a different manner, but a lot of tools that we all can adopt and incorporate into what we are doing. And of course, at different stages, we need to start adding more onto this in like an ecosystem kind of a format, with education, with meetups, with courses, with maybe training entrepreneurs eventually, helping them understand, helping creators and freelancers understand what opportunities exist on like online jobs where they can earn in Bitcoin and bring that back in. Connecting with people who are staying abroad in, let's say in the UK, we have a lot of people with Portuguese passports from Goa who travel there. How can they bring remittances into the country, into Goa especially, into the local community, and help that move around in a circular fashion within the village? So those are like very real and very real possibilities that we have experienced now firsthand here.
Yeah.
And like gonna work pretty hard towards that now.
Love it, love it. So where can people follow you? Where can they find you if they want to come visit? How will they get a hold of you? What's the best way for them to help support your project?
Yeah, you can find us on Twitter as Plebs Together, PLEBSTOGETHER, the Plebs Together. And also search for the BitPleb Summit. You can find us on plebstogetherstrong.com. Follow us through there and get in touch with us. Also, maybe on Geyser, we have a small little project page. If you want to help support us, that'd be great as well.
Awesome. All right, Aaron. Well,
Yeah.
I'll let you get back to the beach here. I think that cold plunge over there is calling your name.
Yeah,
so.
I just did, and
Okay.
it's amazing. Thanks
All
so
right.
much for the opportunity and the time. Yeah, appreciate
All
everything
right.
you guys are doing here.
No, we're thrilled to have you here. All right, I am here with my good brother Valentin. Valley and I have a lot of things in common, not just Bitcoin, but we also came to the countries where we currently live to work as missionaries, and so we have a lot of deep things in our faith that we share, and along with Bitcoin, and then seeing the weaving together of those and how we kind of see Bitcoin being used to create a fairer world, how we feel like God wants the world to be, to caring for the poor and those things. So Valley works with Motive in Peru. They have, is it 15 different sites that you guys are working at?
Yes.
So crazy how much stuff that they were doing. I mean, I know how much work it is to do something in one community. He is working all over the country, and these are not places that are driving distance to each other. In fact, I believe the one town, Iquitos, you can only get in there by boat or flying, right? And it's, yeah. So he's, I don't know how you keep up with it all, but why don't you give people? I know it's hard because you guys do so much, but give people the elevator speech as far as what Motive is and what you guys are doing.
Mike, thank you for having me. Yes, I recognize how the Lord guide us in all this time, and it was inspired from the beginning to see how God guide us in all the steps and all the decisions. And we are, as a team at Motive, very grateful for your prayers, for the take care of us during this time. In many ways, talking and counseling, and we appreciate it a lot. Motive Peru, what we do is educate and equip around the country, in the communities. And during all these 4 years and a half, almost 5 years, we saw the hand of God in each community, bringing hope using this amazing, tremendous tool that is Bitcoin. Bitcoinized people that are in banking, people that are not part of the system, people that they don't know how to read and write, up on the mountains, or can be in the middle of the jungle, or even in the coast, on the coast. And during these years, we try to build a circular economy. But 1 year ago, we start to really understand that we need people that can come and not just hear the stories from us, but come and see from the front line, to come and enjoy a wave, come and enjoy tourism, but also being part as volunteers of what we do. So thank God 2025 was very interesting, how God opened doors so groups can come and paint a comprehensive center, like a Hope House, come and teach English. So people just start to come and ask how can they do kind of an internship program, or how can they surf and teach kids how they surf. So God lead us through your testimony, guys, your examples. So today I can say we have more than a tourist program. It's a town, little town called Huanchaco, where I can say that surfing, Bitcoin, the people that don't surf, being together and looking for how can Bitcoin can be an impacting community, and we call Bitcoin City adoption. And
is that the location that we sent the team down to for the contest?
Yes, that's the village where it's located next of Chicama, where is the widest wave in the world, 2.8 miles. And I honestly thank you, because I start to learn about surfing, and it's very interesting. People think it's easy, but it's not that easy. And we have kind of a partnership with the local authorities, and little by little we try to conquer the city, trying to give the most tools possible so they can think as a tourist potential. And the whole communities are different. You don't have the same community. So yes, we have issues, we have challenges, but I can say that the team of Motive learn how to adapt. And mainly I can say each leader on the community, we wanted to keep that flame, the passion to serve people. And of course, we have much more things can happen. God provide for a water well for a community, so now people can use Bitcoin to buy clean water. Unfortunately, Peru is one of the country that has a lot of contamination, and if we think on wealthy communities, we have to think first of all in the water. And I didn't realize that from the beginning, but this is a great tool to really win the trust of the people, not just giving shoes for the children, but also being part of this tremendous necessity. So yeah, today I can say that we have the programs where the families every single day from Monday to Saturday use SATs for the different programs, English class, after school, entrepreneurship. But then we add the events, which is the Copa Bitcoin, which has a tremendous impact even for the WSL and the Federation of Surfing of Peru. They call us and they said, guys, I don't know what impact, how you do it, because they know that we don't experience,
Yeah.
we don't have a big team, but I surround by people that really have a heart to serve. They understood that we are not there to be famous, but we want to connect community and surfing. So I don't know what's happening, but it seems like surf is part of. It's a great tool.
No, surfing is definitely a great tool. We found that here, obviously at Bitcoin Beach. If people, if Bitcoiners want to come down and visit, what is there the possibility to do that? What are, I know at some different times you guys had talked about doing some things in the Andes there or at the beach. So is there opportunities for that, or how can people support Motive? Like, what is the best way for them to support you?
So the main social media we are using is X. It's in Twitter. We have a lot of information about those who want.
Motive
to,
Peru is the handle, right?
Yes, Motive Peru, arroba Motive Peru, and we hope in 2 weeks. So at the end of can be the end of February at least. We'll have our webpage, Motive Peru. So we'll have a lot of information how the people can come and enjoy Machu Picchu waves. We are not a travel agency, but we put them in contact with the locals. And I can say that in September 19 and 20 will be 2 days of competition. This is our desire, God will. And the idea is that people can come and enjoy waves, Bitcoin City adoption, meetups, and then can travel to Machu Picchu, Cusco rounds to visit the communities around, wash some feet, share with the people, with the locals, and have fun, of course. And so I think September is our main.
Okay, that's a good time for people
Yes.
to come down.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right, brother. Well, it's good seeing you here this week. It's always warms my heart to see you here. We'll continue to be praying for what you guys are doing there in Peru. And enjoy the rest of your time here.
I'm so happy, and I'm so happy to be here and thankful for what you guys are doing, the sacrifice. And let me tell you that every leader from this meeting had impact of what you guys are doing, but the quality time between them, it's amazing. The connections and the bridges is by the glory of God.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Valley.
Thank you.
Hello, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, welcome back to the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit here in Bitcoin Beach, El Salvador. And this is gonna be different because we're gonna do it in Spanish. For all of you that doesn't speak Spanish, this is an idea. You could hire someone in one of the Bitcoin circular economy to teach you about Bitcoin, and you can pay them in Bitcoin. So this is an idea. If you want to support one Bitcoin circular economy and you want to learn Spanish, we can match this. I have here two good friends building two different Bitcoin circular economy, one in Bolivia and one in Guatemala. So vamos en español. Si se pueden presentar, qué país vienen y qué economía están construyendo.
Bueno, muy bueno, muchas gracias por la invitación. Vengo de Bolivia. Tengo una economía circular en La Paz, Bolivia, y pues venimos trabajando en economía circular ya hace 3 años. Algo particular que tenemos nosotros de último es que estamos enseñando a personas no videntes. Y pues el fin es esto, ¿no? De que estas personas venden tarjetas de lotería y cosas y pues que reciban en Bitcoin, y pues trabajamos en ello.
Mi nombre es Eliazar, soy de Guatemala. Nosotros somos los que estamos trabajando en Lago Bitcoin. Queremos cambiarle el rumbo a Guatemala, queremos enseñarles sobre este bonito movimiento a todos los niños, adolescentes, jóvenes en Guatemala también. Cubrimos en el departamento de Osola, pero queremos irnos a los 24 departamentos en un futuro.
No, buenísimo. Yo estuve en Guatemala, en el lago. Uno de los lugares que quiero visitar este año es Bolivia. Primero Dios lo vamos a hacer. Y chicos, venimos del Summit, del Bitcoin Summit Global. ¿Qué ha representado para ustedes ser parte del Summit este año?
Mira, para mí es la primera vez que participo en esta actividad. En cierta forma cambia la forma de ver mi comunidad, porque siento que mi comunidad pertenece a más comunidades. Y con todo lo que se ha expuesto, yo me voy con mucha información para mejorar, ¿no? Para transmitir todo lo que yo he aprendido en mi comunidad. Y nada, yo me voy muy feliz, pero muy feliz con lo aprendido, y pues Dios mediante participar en las futuras.
Sí, wow, es mi segundo año y lo vuelvo a repetir, yo vine al Sonte y a mí aquí en el Sonte vine a aprender en el 2022, si te recordás, yo vine a aprender muchas cosas. Cada vez que vengo a estos movimientos, wow, aprendo muchas cosas de otras economías circulares, de cómo lo están implementando en sus países, y solo son muchas ideas que uno puede implementar en la economía circular donde está. Entonces esto para mí es un bombazo de ideas para llevarse uno a su economía circular.
Buenísimo, y de eso se trata, ¿verdad? De tener un grupo el Summit es eso, donde se reúnen los que están construyendo las economías circulares con los que están construyendo las herramientas que se están usando en las economías circulares. Y por lo general en las conferencias de Bitcoin, vas a una conferencia de Bitcoin, pero se toca un poco todo. Aquí es algo bien enfocado a la parte humana, a la parte filosófica de Bitcoin. Y el trabajo de cada comunidad es increíble. Entonces, ¿cuáles serían esas cosas que te está llevando para Guatemala y Bolivia de este Summit?
Bueno, me he dado cuenta que a veces nosotros no encontramos una forma más fácil de explicarlo, ¿verdad? A veces pensamos en cosas que nos complica más. Entonces yo estuve hablando con otros programadores, con otras personas, y me cuentan la forma en que ellos los hacen. Para mí es buena idea. Por ejemplo, yo me voy a llevar la idea de seguir haciendo una cena de Bitcoin, de seguir haciendo los meetups. estábamos hablando con Bolivia y él tiene unos rompecabezas. Son cosas que tal vez son fáciles de verlos, pero a uno nunca se le cruza eso por la mente, ¿verdad? Entonces, el simple hecho de hacer un rompecabezas con los niños es ya algo muy, muy, muy bonito de hacerlo. Y jugando y educando.
Gracias, amén. Mira, y yo en este summit, más que llevarme, me dio la oportunidad de explicar algunas economías circulares con las que hablé, el cómo yo afronto Bitcoin en mi economía circular. Particularmente en Bolivia, yo no les hablo primero con dinero, que Bitcoin es dinero, porque muchas veces hay que hablar de la inflación y esas cosas, ¿no? Lo que yo les pregunto y algo que las otras comunidades se dieron cuenta, Bitcoin tiene muchas aristas. Entonces, lo que yo les pregunto a los que voy a enseñar Bitcoin es, le pregunto, oye, para ti, ¿qué es propiedad privada? Dame un ejemplo de propiedad privada. Y todo el mundo te responde de la casa, el carro y el celular, lo que sea. Y tú le preguntas, pero ¿de cómo sabes que eso es tuyo? Entonces te van a responder que un documento, que el gobierno, que el banco te respalda, ¿no? Pero cuando tú le preguntas, ¿pero qué pasaría si ese tercero de confianza es el que te lo quita o el que te lo congela? Entonces las personas dicen, pues sí, puede ser posible. Pero si tú les respondes a eso inmediatamente con tú sabías que hay algo que no depende de un tercero, entonces la gente dice, oye, ¿y eso cómo es? Y ahí le dices, pues cuando aparece el Bitcoin, la propiedad privada que conocemos se vuelve una propiedad privada absoluta, secreta. Y ahí empiezan a tener la duda, ¿no? Es una buena entrada, ¿por qué? Porque ya entiende qué es Bitcoin, porque es algo tangible en su mente de que no lo pueden quitar. Y al final, pues, concluyes diciendo de que también puedes usarlo como dinero, porque es un activo que puedes intercambiar. Y ha sido una experiencia yo compartir con otras comunidades y pues eso ha sido una oportunidad justamente en este global de seguridad, economías circulares, ¿no?
Buenísimo, así que sigamos con el trabajo que están haciendo, que es increíble, y esperamos este año. Sorry guys, we need more sun, more ocean. We need more Satoshi. Well, thank you for being here and see you next year.
Yeah. No,
Sí.
thank you to Bitcoin Beach for making this happen. I mean, we so happy to be here. Thank you guys.
Me too.
And make sure to visit Bitcoin Lake and República Bolivariana.
No, no, it's
Thank
just
you, guys.
Bolivia.
Are you ready? Ready, Freddy.
Okay, welcome back, guys. We're here in the International Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit here in Bitcoin Beach, El Salvador. And right now, we're doing this interview with two good friends. One from Bali, Indonesia, and one from Haiti. Two people building two different Bitcoin circular economy, and we're gonna go deep a little bit on that, and then getting their experience and takeaway from the summit. So, why you done starting introducing yourself and the project that you're building on?
Okay, you start.
Hi, my name's Giovanni, and we're building a circular economy in Haiti. So it's been 2 years now. We have a school down in Saint-Michel de la Talaye. That's where we're located. We have 3 cohorts, and we're just been starting to try and onboard big merchants right now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dimas. I'm co-founder of Bitcoin Indonesia and Bitcoin House Bali. We are building a Bitcoin circular economy in Indonesia using a innovative method. We call it closed loop system. Using FEDI in order to circumvent the Bitcoin ban payment from the government.
Amazing. No, that's really cool to have you here, guys. For Di Giovanni, this is the second year.
Yes.
So, and for you, Dimas, this is the first time.
First time in El Zonte, first time in this continent.
Yeah, and it's so unique that you're traveling all the way here. That, by the way, was not easier to bring you here.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing me here.
It was not easy in terms of visas, like so difficult. Same with De Giovanni. We tried to bring his co-founder too, and his visa problem is a fiat problem. You know?
Exactly.
So, but here we are in the international summit. So what means for you to be here, guys? Like to see all these leaders, all these companies, funders talking, exciting to see Fedi, to see the guys from Bitasker, to see the guys from Blink, Bitterfield, hearing from you, like, guys, what are you building? What are the needs? What do you think we should improve? Did you have any suggestion, any recommendation? That doesn't happen in any other Bitcoin conference, So what this means for you?
It means a lot for me because, for example, we have this problem just of meetups, right? We have the largest meetups I think we have in the Southeast Asia maybe, but the problem that we use one platform. Can I say the platform name? Eventbrite. And then maybe 20 people showed up, and then only 5 really. 20 people registered, but only 5 showed up. But then I was talking with Jory here, and then talking about Satellantes. Maybe this could be another idea that we can implement, something like this. And also about self-custody. I was having a deep talk with Obi, and then also hearing stories from the South Korea, how they use their fast travel rule, and then stories from Cuba, stories from you, and then from seeing how Bitcoin being used here in the El Zonte. It's really like amazing. High signal, no noise.
And it's amazing to see what's happening over here. Just we're feeling supported, and just with all the circular economies, it just feels like the Renaissance, just spreading ideas to each other. And I've been talking to so many people, and actually there was this one idea that came up during the summit. It was when Uncle Rockstar showed the new Bitcoin plugin that he built with the vouchers, and that's a way to get Bitcoin into Haiti because there's really no way to get it. All our Bitcoin's from outside of Haiti, so we actually can sell vouchers now, and just from that, it's like a game changer.
Yeah.
Amazing. No, and that's really cool. So, what are the things that are you already thinking that you're gonna take it? What's your takeaway from all of these 2 days? We're closing. We're still here in the summit doing these interviews, running because we want to watch the sunset. But what are the things that you already thinking like, oh, this and you mentioned it like even bright, right? We use it as well. We need to start using more Atlantis, I guess, as well. But what are those things like? You know,
There's just so many things that tools that these companies are building, and they're accommodating to us and asking us for feedback. And for example, the Fedi community bank model, that's incredible to see. And they're actually collecting feedback from us to see how they can improve that. And they told us they made it open source, so they showed us we can take what they need, what we want from the app, what we don't want, and just remove it. So it's just amazing to see the different ways that they can support us.
I see. From my side, I think a lot of things. One thing I can think about is from the sustainability. The panel we had talked about sustainability as a community, because many communities now are relying on grant, including us now. But talking about it make us realize how to do this, and then talking with Jody about Atlantis, creating a small button like you can join for free, but you can donate. So you don't buy the tickets, but you donate the tickets. This could be something that we can really think about, and also about self-custody, about security. I was talking with Jack from Bitcoin Park about in Austin, right? Austin has this culture like cowboy culture, right? So I was asking him, do you have any experience about doing a workshop for like activists who are like basic security, basic defense workshops? I think we need that. So maybe Austin Beacon Park can host it, and then I will come for that. Yeah, because like me, of course, I'm him, and also every one of us become the public face of our project. It could be one day the government will take us all, or become a target, because we're already happening everywhere. So we need kind of this give an idea, like we should have like a basic security training for everyone. Maybe self-defense, I don't know, maybe gun, I don't know what's the solution, best solution. But this is a place that we can ideas mention, and then some new events or some new relationships happening. So like with Zach, for example, the beef initiative, I get to know the founder. Maybe I'll bring him to Indonesia and just create more sustainable beef production. Right.
no, love it, and this is exactly what's happening here. Like builders and ideas get together, and you see what's happening. And so many small startups started here. People that meet at the Bitcoin meetup. I have this idea. Let's get together. Let's build the environment here for this. Is positive. It's happening. But thank you very much, guys,
Thank
for
you.
joining this year. I hope the good work is keep going, and we're gonna see. I wanna visit Indonesia.
Of course.
It's beautiful. I already visited. The enthusiasm over there, the community over there is beautiful.
Yeah. No, we will. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Yeah.
everyone. Thank you.
Okay, guys, welcome back. One more before the sunset. We're here at the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy in Bitcoin Beach, El Salvador, and I have here PF from Lake Michigan, Lake Satoshi, and we have here Bitbox. Did I pronounce it well? Okay. BitBooks. Sorry. So, guys, why you don't do a quick introduction of what is Lake Satoshi and what is BitBooks?
Well, Lake Satoshi was born out of a gravel pit in Michigan, and the generous owner Mike created this beautiful property, and it has a beach and all these amenities. And after our shining example here in Bitcoin Beach, El Salvador, we dubbed the beach at the Lake Satoshi Bitcoin Beach North. And soon that morphed into calling it Lake Satoshi, and it's a beautiful place to visit. We host an annual event there, and we promote Bitcoin meetups. We have a legislative arm with a permanent office in Lansing, Michigan Bitcoin Trade Council, MIBTC, and they host a weekly Bitcoin and Bourbon event where legislators come to learn about Bitcoin. And that started from a group of legislators being orange-pilled at the Sound Money Museum, which is a Bitcoin education center. Mike bought a 136-year-old bank building, and through my creativity, we turned it into what's called the Sound Money Museum. And it's a great place to orange-pill people. And it's ironic that failing legacy financial systems abandoned bank building is now used to promote the immutable truth machine that is Bitcoin. So we're very interested in upping our circular economy game in Michigan, and we learned a lot here this week at the Federation of Bitcoin Circular Economies.
Thank you.
So BitBooks is a Bitcoin native accounting system that bridges the gap between fiat currencies and Bitcoin. It will handle any fiat currency, and it tracks exchange rates for every transaction down to the minute. So there's an auditable trail of what the conversion is. And primarily we are solving the spreadsheet chaos. Most people that are trying to organize and keep track of their business, even some personal, the spreadsheets just only go so far, and it's disorganized, and so we're automating and cleaning up that process, making it easy.
Amazing. And so we're here at the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy. So what have been for you the last 3 days? Like we're gonna close here in a couple hours after the sunset.
We get the last word?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think, I don't know if it's the last one, but we're almost done. I think we have maybe one more, maybe. But just hearing from you, what are the takeaways after these days here and seeing these leaders for you building something that a lot of communities need, and have been asking for a system to keep track of donations, keep track of the books, and it's a need, right? But what's the takeaways from this summit?
So for us, we are hoping that we're able to give out 1,000 free subscriptions to NGOs and Bitcoin Circular Economies to help support them. And that's our nonprofit mission. Of course, we'll also work with companies that can pay for the service to fund the donations. But we're very. I guess what's so inspiring to me, this is ground zero of global economic freedom, and to be able to, like, everybody you meet is passionate about freedom and are making great sacrifices for that. and we just it's incredible to see the grassroots of what's taking place here. And thank you, Roman, for
Thanks you guys.
being right in the center of making this happen.
Thanks you guys. Thanks for coming.
The biggest takeaway for me is the phenomenal amount of tools that I learned about this week, from BitTasker, K1 Bitcoin Machine, Blink. There's all of these tools that are being built, and Bitcoiners are not dreamers. They're dreamers, but they're doers. You know, anyone can dream or have an idea, but it's the people like you that actually build things, people like you that donate much of your life into building circular economies and community development. And just the amount of tools and the amount of growth from last year's Federation of Bitcoin Circular Economies to the Global Summit this year is just an amazing accomplishment of what the people have done. And that's why I don't hesitate when we have a silent auction or something like that at Lake Satoshi. All of those funds come right here to Bitcoin Beach, because those sats will go further than any other place that I could imagine for community development and Bitcoin circular economies. But the tools is the takeaway for me.
Amazing. And thank you for being part of this. Thank you for being one of our biggest support, PF, and the whole Bitcoin Lake team. And I will see you this year in Michigan. And we need to keep talking about how we're going to support these projects.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Lake Satoshi, July 31st through August 2nd,
Let's
2026.
go. Okay, welcome back, guys. We're here in the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit here in Bitcoin Beach, El Salvador 2026. And we're here closing this live stream. And I'm here with two good friends, Zach and Renata. So, guys, for both of you, we were judging last month in the summit for judge projects from Africa, and that was amazing. We see the documentary that you put together, Zach, but coming here to the global one and seeing like 70 people, all these almost 23, 24 projects from all over the world coming here, exciting, hearing from all the builders, building tools, ideas. To me, was crazy. I don't know about you.
So I go over the year normally to I don't know how many conferences, right? I go to a lot of events. And sometimes I leave these events very empty, like I feel it's almost the same thing, And in Mauritius, I had this experience, and here I had this experience times, I don't know, infinite. I don't know. It's such a productive and such amazing event. I mean, we need to just build more out of this, like we need to have more of these ones, like more during the year. It's just amazing how productive is that for builders, for communities, and for us as a Bitcoiners. And individuals as well. Like we had, for example, an amazing training with Dushan about like how you can talk with people, about listening, about strategy. I mean, I love it. I really, really love it.
And we're really happy to have you here, and also to hear from Ovi. Ovi say, there's so many, there is Plan B, there is other conference happen, so many events, but I decided to come to this one. Because when I live in Mauritius, I think is what I want to see, and what I want to feel, and that's why Fedi is here. And that was a great moment.
Yeah, both of us, we came for that.
Yeah, it's just that, I feel incredibly inspired and hopeful because, and the talk of the park here is that this is an actual Bitcoin conference. The Bitcoin life is new to me. I'm, 5 months deep into the working with Bitcoin full time. So I haven't been to more than 10 conferences, but still, it's a big difference between these grassroots adoption conferences where we're actually getting to know the people who use Bitcoin as a mediums of exchange, as a unit of account, as not more than a store of value. A lot of people out there, they're talking about the politics about Bitcoin, they're talking about the finance of Bitcoin, they're talking about, but here we are, we're actually putting it into practice, and we're learning that, it's not only in El Salvador, in Bitcoin country, it's not only in Bitcoin continent in Africa, it's on the Bitcoin globe. Earlier I mentioned as well that they just finished Davos, World Economic Forum, and I feel like globalization, obviously, and the fiat world that we live in it's been a mess. It's a failed experiment. It's brought a lot of people together, but it's been so prioritized on economics and finance. What we're doing here with Bitcoin, it's kind of a globalization 2.0, where we're doing the same experiment, but we're doing it with sound values, sound principles. So being here, the meme of like in Zante Economic Forum, and to see everyone come together, 50 Shades of Grey, amazing. And so the big difference from the Africa Summit and this summit, I feel like it was more intimate there, and those people got together for the first time. They haven't really been in that environment of collaboration before, so they were very inspired
and they
motivated.
didn't meet each other, For Sena was to mention it, Sena, right, so exciting to see other women's building Bitcoin circular economies.
They've been living in an island, like very isolated, and this makes you feel very alone. Sometimes, it makes you feel like, oh my God, why am I doing this?
And
And
the
then you meet
big
people like
continent
you.
of Africa,
Yes.
it's so big, and then they realize that hey, there are so many others. They're doing the same thing. Like that hope that we're holding on to, like this future possibilities that Bitcoin gives us, and it's awesome.
And you nailed it, Zach. Like the Africa Bitcoin Summit was designed. Well, it was just for project from Africa, so it was small. But the Global Bitcoin Circular Economy Summit also, this year we add people that add values to the Bitcoin circular economies, like writers. We have Juan Gal from Bitcoin Magazine. We have like guys like Bitasker building tools for Bitcoin circular economies. We have Fedi, we have Bling, we have Bitterfield, we have who else? Breeze, Roy, even
Rockstar with the
Rockstar. That one of the workshops that Rockstar did, it was
He's always everywhere, see?
So it was designed to also for people that are not building Bitcoin circular economy, but that now they know about it, and I'm pretty sure something will change, and they will see like, well, I need to write more about Bitcoin circular economies. I need to do more podcasts. I need to support. I need to, we don't know what's gonna happen from this global Bitcoin circular economy, but one thing that we're 100% sure that this is the beginning of something bigger, and this trend of Bitcoin circular economy, no one will stop this anymore. It's the future. I think I was saying this early, that the Bitcoin circular economy are the realization that Satoshi talked in the white paper.
It's the decentralization, guys.
Exactly.
It's needed, and something that I don't know how you feel, guys. I'm very curious to know like how you and Mike feel when you see, because I met you guys for the first time. How long? When was the law out? The Bitcoin law out? I think it was around
2021.
So it's 5 years ago, right?
Mhm.
I remember I came here to meet you guys. The old house, I had a lot of nostalgia walking around, and now seeing this spreading worldwide. How do you feel? It's just amazing. I feel amazed, and I'm not even.
Well, yeah.
It's a dream, It's a dream that have been coming true, from start a small project to El Salvador become the first Bitcoin country, and from start receiving emails, message from all these projects around the world saying like, we want to replicate what you guys did there, and for us in the beginning was like kind of overwhelming, because it was kind of like with that pressure, like how we can support them, but then something may click and we're like, well, actually we can do it in a way that is decentralized. We can help them in the ways that we can, and then we can just help them put this project in front of other companies, in front of other projects like Fedi, and you guys can help, Paystan can help, OpenSat can help, but together we can build this,
Together, and I feel like a great example of that decentralized nature is that I know that some people find it controversial that Bitcoin Beach would hold this and try to support so many communities, and that maybe it's a power grab. I can confirm it's not a power grab. Yes, I'm a part of Bitcoin Beach, but what we saw in Africa and what we're encouraging in Africa, it's not their dependency of the Bitcoin Beach. It's to facilitate for them to be self-sufficient, self-sustainable. We're not going to help anyone who is just there for survival. And that's what I feel is the difference between old NGOs and NPOs, is that we are helping them build themselves to create their own circle, not to rely on ours.
and I think that's why we did in a way that is decentralized. We support leaders building Bitcoin circular economy. They don't work for us. We have a grants programs that we support, but in the end of the day, this movement need to start from the bottom up. Need to start from leaders saying like, I'm gonna change my community. Now I have a tool that I can do this, and the message here is, now we have a tool. We have a tool. We have a tool.
The slogan of the Zante Economic Forum meme is that you will have Bitcoin and you will be happy.
Yeah.
No, but it's funny, just because even I'm not from Bitcoin Beach, so I can testify for this. Like even the white paper, right? Like the white paper is like suggestions. It's not like a copy and paste and do that in your community, right? It's just like, look, this worked for us, and maybe you want to try some of this. Some might not serve to you, and it's super clear for them. And I really love it because it's collaborating and it's improving, And I totally agree. And I want to make sure, this conference, this huge conference, they have the value, right? Like to attract different people, to give visibility to Bitcoin. But I think the bottom-up work has a key value because it brings quality to our ecosystem.
And it has to come from the people, from the community, from that dream to change, you know? So
we're gonna hug each other and
Yeah,
cry.
but I also want to just bring up that we've been talking a lot about the Bitcoin Beach, but I really want to highlight Fedi. You've been a personal favorite for me, and what you guys have brought to the table when it comes to, we don't use Fedi so much here in El Salvador. We use Blake, and I love, and that's fine. But
totally fine.
Us working with Bitcoin Circular Economies, it's a lot about learning people how to save. It's about learning how to invest, how to come together in communities and federations. And Fedi, I had no idea, or actually I had an idea, because in Africa, you were talking to these African leaders, you were listening to what they were wanting and needing on the ground for them to succeed, and now you come to this next summit a couple months later, and it's all there. I mean, some of it is in beta, but still, this proof of work of you are not there to just you're a company, so you're going to make money, but you're there actually to help in this. How do we teach about saving? How do we teach about financial sovereignty? And how do we get communities together? And so if anyone's interested in what Fedi has to offer, just go to their website. It's absolutely mind-blowing, and it's really helping a lot of poor people out there.
Yeah, and really thank you, Renata, for helping and support this whole movement and this special event. Thank you, It's
and
a lot.
I thank you for putting me on the cold plant.
So guys, we're here, we're leaving, we're gonna enjoy the sunset.
Yes.
The idea is we're gonna have 2 summits every year, one in Africa, one globally here in Bitcoin country. So I know 2 days are private, but you should be here meeting all these leaders in the public day, because this is how you will get inspired. This is how you're gonna see the human side of Bitcoin, the real power that Bitcoin has to change the world, Passionate people building that they don't work for a big corporate. They just have the dream that they're gonna change their community, and now we have a tool to do this. So see you soon. I don't know where.
I don't know when.
Well, and also, if you want to get a little taste of the summit and these awesome people here collaborating, I'm going to be a shameless plug here and say, go into Zach Dorsey X on Twitter, because I posted maybe 100 posts from this summit. Every single presentation, panel, workshop, we have a picture, we have a summary and a caption. So go
all
look
the
that
shades of Zach too.
And okay, and not the last one. No, what's the say? How the say goes? Sit here. Sit here. No, sit for a second.
Oh, yes.
You have been watching this all day, and these 3 days we have been filming.
Rockscar is gonna bound to.
And yes, and we're gonna sharing all these interviews, some of the panels. We're gonna put a documentary together with the summit in Africa. But I want to say thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for helping us. And I want, because you're doing this for free for us, but I know there are people that organize conference events. So please tell them what's your company and how they can contact you.
Time for me to plug Reverend Hoddle, and it's been my pleasure. I do this for love. Yes, it's a business. Can't do it for free, but the idea is that this economy, a circular economy, works in this business as well. So I believe that there's a method, and we are following our hearts, and that's what brought me here. And thank you, Roman, for having the confidence to trust me with this, and you too, Zach. We planned this. Renata, we've now become friends.
I'm glad because he made me look good. You know, I'm not that photogenic, so you see.
So yes, it was an absolute delight. So I'm going to let you sign off and go back behind the camera. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Big applause for Rodel or Zach. How do you pronounce?
Reverend Hoddle.
Reverend Hoddle. It's hard for me, but. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all your support.
Thank you.
Let's keep building and let's go.
Let's go.
Vamos, Mambo.
Vamos.